Counting if I'm doing attendance right, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do I see us all here? Cameras on? Are we all here? All here. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the continuation of Decision Day. We are scheduled on time. If I may, I'd like to just, especially for those watching.
Mike, can you start the record?
Why is it not there, Karen?
I don't know. I'm not a co-host, so I can't help you.
Well, we'll figure that out in 1 second. Time out 1 second.
Let's make Karen a co-host.
Are we going to start with the pledge when it
No,
comes
this
on?
meeting's already a continuation, Beth.
Okay.
So just hang on 1 second here.
I can start.
You can't. There it goes. Okay, welcome everyone. Again, this is a continuation meeting from last Thursday. So what I'd like to do, just because we do have a fair amount of participants in the audience, and so I can understand where we are. What we've accomplished already is we have, everybody can see my screen, right?
Yes.
We've gone through the departmental budgets. We've gone through external entities, Board of Education, libraries, Parks and Rec. We are in capital right now, which is a different form, which I'm going to switch to. The next normal item we do is means of financing. But what I think may be a wise decision, and when we get done with capital, I'll entertain a motion. I don't know if we actually have a formal way we do this, but we may want to do the standalone funds, sewer maintenance, sewer improvement, Nathaniel Witherell, school lunch fund, parking fund, all of those funds, and then return back to what we call means of financing, where we talk about everything from fund balance to capital tax levy, borrowings, and whatever. So if that's okay with everyone, that would be the plan, to try to do that. And then obviously before we get to means of financing, once we finish the other funds, we have to do resolutions, and then we'll wrap it up with means of financing. So we still have quite a bit of work in front of us. I'm going to switch to Roland's other voting document, and I'll put that up on the screen. And if I'm not mistaken, we are on the project we left off as DPW Highway, Streets and Bridges 312, and it was, I think it was my page 29.
Yes.
And I'll get that on the screen. And let me just zoom that and do screen share. And everybody should be able to see that. And that is under DPW. Oh, that should be up right here, right there. I can make it a hair bigger if that helps everybody read it a little bit easier. How's that? Is that okay?
How about even larger? It's good.
Got it. And we'll be using our normal, raise your hand today for items, and Mr. Drake will be calling off the projects.
Mike, just to be clear, we left off at the Brookside Drive intersection for condition.
Oh, you are correct. I am so sorry. So that would be, okay, page 28 in the book. Okay, does anyone have a motion for a condition on the Brookside Drive project? We've already voted on this item. This item has had 5 in favor, 7 against. So do we have a motion for a condition on this?
Pardon me, Mike. The last vote we took, if everybody remembers, was Mr. Weisbrod's amendment to 28, which we called 28A, which passed 12-0. Remember that?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Does David, do we, since it's an inserted page 28A, if we needed to pull it up, I'm sure between 12 of us we could. But David, do you have it written down somewhere?
Yes, I do. I thought it was submitted for in the package.
Let's figure it out together.
Or if not, I sent an email out to the BET yesterday, the end of the day, at 5:40 PM with a Word document, which represents the amendment that I would propose.
Let's have a quick look. You said late Monday, is that what you said? You sent it?
I sent it yesterday at 5:40 PM to the BET.
I can share the screen. I have it up.
Yeah, there, okay, great. That'd be great, Karen.
I have it if you need it, Karen.
Yeah, I just,
I got it. I got
okay,
it.
I have it, but, okay, go ahead.
So the amendment that I would propose pertains to 100,000 of the 175,000 total appropriation. And the amendment says that the remaining $100,000 would be, release of that would be subject to DPW providing detailed and updated project rationale and budget for the satisfaction of the BET, and a report by DPW to the BET evidencing the department's engagement of dialogue with the community with any feedback received, and a discussion of changes made to the project, if any, by DPW as a result of that dialogue and feedback. That's my motion.
And I think if everyone thinks it's right, I think we really passed it 12-0, and David was sort of afterward gonna type it and send it to us, but I think
Well,
we read it. So I think if you all want to vote again on what's before you, that'd be fine. I certainly support it. I think it had support.
I agree that it had support, but I thought that we had agreed that because we weren't going to do it on the fly, that we would take a look at it again today. And I would recommend that we take another vote on this as written, because it wasn't what was proposed last Thursday.
That seems fine, of course, whatever you all think.
I do
Karen,
think that,
Karen, my notes say that David was to work on this, and we all voted to have him prepare a condition, and we supported that. So I think this is coming back in response to that 12-0 vote.
Okay. Ms. Erickson, your hand is up.
Yeah, can I make a motion to reconsider the item and take up this amendment as drafted?
Seconded.
That motion is seconded. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, that we will do that. Mr. Weisbrod's motion is before us. The one I'm sharing on the screen, by the way. Further discussion on that item? Mr. Drake, would you roll call the vote, please?
Yes, I'm going to start with Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Fosliotis.
Yes,
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes,
Ms. Moriarty,
yes,
Ms. Crumick,
Yes,
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That was unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Everybody should be back to the screen here. So next item we have is still in yellow, which means obviously yellow, everybody understands we have a potential discussion motion on those items. Page 29. Ms. Tarkington,
yes. This is a motion to delete or defer Greenwich Avenue intersection improvements in the amount of $500,000.
and I'll second that.
okay, and we also, just before I continue, the next page would be on the same item, but that would be a condition, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, discussion on the item, Ms. Tarkington?
So the proposed detailed intersection improvement projects on Greenwich Avenue and expected intersections, which may include Amar, Jerome Crossway, Lewis Street, Bruce Place, and Fawcett Place, Grigg Streets, have not been provided. Does not include Arch Street, Havemeyer Place, Putnam, and Railroad Avenue. The impact on the character of the avenue, taxable value of the avenue, reduction of parking spaces, whether bump out dining will continue in roadway, and other considerations should be made with public input including abutting property owners, residential dwellers, retail tenants, including restaurants, and public users of central Greenwich, especially those located within the central Greenwich corridor area. I will also comment that last year at Budget Committee, we were either offered or we asked for additional information, and that information still hasn't been provided.
Okay, further discussion?
Oh, sorry, I didn't,
Ms. Hess, your hand is up.
yes, sorry, I started speaking before I raised my hand. I'm not going to support the reduction of this item, but I am going to support the follow-on condition, because I do think that we need a business plan. We need to understand exactly what's going to be done. But I think that this will be a good project, but I think that we need a little bit more clarity on what's going to happen. Thank you.
Mr. Raymer's hand is up.
I'm in the same place as Ms. Hess. I don't want to delete the funds. The two subsequent pages offer conditions instead. I'm favoring, frankly, the conditions that are reflected on page 31. I'll be voting against this item and later in favor of one of the conditions.
Mr. Drake's hand is up.
I too am in favor of the project with some condition that we all agree upon.
Again, Mr. Raymer, your hand is up again, or did I not?
Oh, sorry, no. I
Okay.
beg your pardon.
Okay,
I was trying to take it down.
okay, Ms. Crumick's hand is up.
I just have a question. I had page 31, that set of conditions marked off as if we were not going to take it up. And I'm not sure if I'm accurate or not. But I think it's part of the whole discussion.
Beth, I had that marked off as removed as well.
Yeah, it has. So I
I
need
think
to ask.
Laura offered a substitute for that, I believe.
Okay, Ms. Erickson, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. Leslie Tarkington and I spoke a few times yesterday. We agreed to an acceptable condition in the language. So that was circulated to Roland and the BET late yesterday afternoon, I believe. And I believe Beth is correct. Ms. Moriarty withdrew the motion that is on page 31 in the packet.
Okay.
I would just like to add,
Ms.
Laura and I
Tarkington,
didn't.
you do not have the floor, Ms. Tarkington.
Okay,
Listen, everybody,
okay.
I understand everybody wants to make comments on things. Today's decision to make decisions and voting. On the motion to delete, Ms. Hess.
No, I'll wait till we go to the condition. Thank you.
Ms.
sorry.
Tarkington, on the motion to delete.
I don't have anything to say.
Ms. Moriarty, on the motion to delete.
I just want to clarify because it may impact people's votes on a motion to delete that there are several motions to condition the funds in our packet, but I believe the recent one worked on by Laura Erickson and Deborah Hess has my support.
Okay, Roland Geiger, do you have that motion from yesterday? I will, when we dispose of this item with the vote, we will need to see that for a review to vote on it. Mr. Drake, I see no hands up on the motion to delete. Would you call the rolls?
Yes, this is page 29 to delete. Ms. Cruiser?
No.
No to delete. Ms. Hess?
No.
Ms. Crummey?
No.
Ms. Moriarty?
No,
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes,
Mr. Mason?
I'll pass for the moment.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis?
Yes,
Mr. Raymer?
No.
Mr. Deuce?
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod?
No,
Ms. Erickson?
No,
So as it stands, there are 3 yeses.
Okay.
Mr. Mason?
I will be a no on this.
This item fails 3-9.
Okay. That brings us to Mr. Geiger. Do you have that? I'm going to stop share for a second so you could share that resolution.
just to correct for the record, it's a condition.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, everybody can see that? Roll it, there you go. Okay.
Mr. Mason, the next motion, the next amendment in the package is page 30.
Okay.
And
Ms. Tarkington, I heard you say that you and Ms. Erickson have a revision that you're putting forward. That's why I called on this.
Ms. Erickson and I never agreed on the amount, Mr. Mason. That was the point I was going to make when Ms. Erickson put it forth. She did not make that comment.
Okay. So that then brings us to the original page 30. Ms. Tarkington, rolling, you could stop that for just a second. We'll get to that one shortly. Ms. Tarkington, on page 30.
Yes, this is a motion to condition the full amount of the Greenwich Avenue intersection improvements.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Ms. Hess, I think your name is on that for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion on the motion. Ms.
The reason is,
Erickson's hand is up.
I thought normally the presenter gave the reason.
Ms. Tarkington, then you can give the reason, and we'll still going to go to after that to Ms. Erickson, because you put your hand out. Ms. Tarkington.
So the reason is very similar to the same reason that was provided on the previous motion to delete for the full $500,000. There's currently substantial funds available to embark on any kind of project here. There's previous Greenwich Streetscape from 20 available. There is some availability, what I'm sure it will be totally used under the current 200,000. And on Thursday, we approved $500,000, which will be used for aspects of each of these intersections.
Okay, Ms. Erickson's hand was next, followed by Ms. Hess.
Okay, I'd like to cut to the chase here. So while many aspects of this condition on page 30 and the previous condition on page 31 were reasonable, I think Leslie Tarkington and I spent a lot of time on the phone yesterday to arrive at language under the reason and the condition that I think is frankly better. It details more explicitly what the expectations are for community outreach. It talks about BET review and approval of conceptual plans and an itemized budget versus a business plan, which I think is confusing terminology when we're talking about intersection improvements. I am willing to change the amount on the amendment from 400,000 to condition the full amount. Leslie's correct. We did not agree on that particular point. And I do think it's important that we include in the reason that the Arch Street Havemeyer intersection is not expected to be included in the scope of this project. I think we've all recognized that that is a much larger beast and it's going to take a little more time.
Ms. Hess, your hand is up.
Yeah, this whole thing, it's very confusing. I think we all conceptually agree. I think we have support for the 500,000. The motion on page 30 does not include Arch Street Havemeyer. It's in the bottom of the first paragraph. Maybe I might make a motion to modify just so we can just finish this. Instead of saying the receipt and acceptance of a detailed business plan, maybe we could say the receipt and acceptance of a, I would propose, take out the word business, detailed plan, including an itemized budget, and then leave everything else the same. And then I think that accomplishes what Laura Erickson was trying to do on the other one. And I think it kind of gets us to where we need to be. So if people would be agreeable to that, I could make that motion, and then I'm trying to just consolidate the two and be done.
We will need to dispose of this motion before we have a substitute.
Well, I want to make a motion to amend before we vote on this one. Can't we?
Typically, I would say that motion is in order, but I would caution the board, a motion to amend where people cannot see the documents is something that I would encourage us not to do. I think if you have another motion, we address this motion, vote it up or down, and offer an additional motion. That would be my recommendation to the board. Editing on the fly in normal circumstances is quite the challenge, let alone through electronic meetings. Ms. Vasquez, your hand is up.
Yes, I'm inclined to substitute the condition and subject to release with the language that was worked on by both Ms. Erickson and Mrs. Tarkington, so that it is conditioning the 500,000 with the condition that was agreed upon between the two of them. I think that it's a better condition as indicated by Laura Erickson, and I think that it would accomplish what Deborah wants to do with her amendment. So my suggestion is that we do, contrary to what the chair wants to do, amend it with the condition that was agreed upon and circulated, and conditioning the full 500,000. So I will offer that motion if the time is appropriate.
Okay, Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up.
Yes, look, I think I will go with the majority on which motion we approve. I think Ms. Hess's changes to the wording here help me because I didn't know what a detailed business plan for an intersection would be. I think the wording in Ms. Erickson's one is certainly more specific and clearer, so that would be preferred. But the question that I had is about the difference in the conditioned amount, the 500 versus the 400,000. And I'm wondering if either of the people introducing these motions can help me with what the impact is about the DPW not having access to any planning funds. Does that hamper their ability to move forward with the request here, both to get us the information we need to be able to release these funds?
Mr. Drake, your hand is up.
Sure. I like Mrs. Moriarty's good idea. I'll go with the majority on whatever you develop here. I would just ask that, consistent with our longstanding practice, just to keep ourselves straightened away. Everything we're dealing with today is an amendment. So when we start amending amendments, we go down kind of a rat hole. Let's dispose of one thing at a time and then bring up another one and clearly address them. Thanks, everybody.
Ms. Faslotis, your hand is up.
The problem with that approach, Bill, is that the other amendment has 400,000, not 500,000. So either way, we're going to be amending a budget amendment. To answer Ms. Moriarty's question, I do believe that currently there's 372,000 available for the Greenwich Avenue streetscape with 122,000 encumbered. And then there's 55,000 available plus 145 encumbered for the Greenwich Avenue intersection. And then we approved 500,000 for the Greenwich Avenue streetscape with no condition. So as of July 1, it appears to be 972,000 for the type of work that you suggest. So I think that there is plenty of money available for DPW to do what they need to do if we condition the entire amount.
I've called on Ms. Hess and Ms. Moriarty already. So I see a difference here. My suggestion, I'll do whatever you want to do. I'll take the motion to amend, but I can assure you that it's not going to work. So Ms. Hess, on your motion to amend.
So I'm just trying to simplify.
Roland, can you post that, please?
So I think we can just change, it's very simple, under the condition on page 30, the receipt and acceptance of a detailed plan, delete the word business, comma, including an itemized budget, and that's it. And then everything else can remain the same.
Do I have a second on that motion to amend?
Second.
Okay, so we have a second on the motion to amend. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Ms. Tarkington and Ms. Erickson have their hand. Ms. Tarkington?
Well, this is getting a bit confusing. I think that the other one that Laura and I worked on, if she's willing to go to 500,000, that also is, an excellent condition. But I'm fine to move ahead with this one. I think as proposed by Ms. Hess, and I've seconded, also makes good sense. And that will be a good condition for moving ahead on this project.
I will withdraw my motion. I'm willing to support the latest Leslie suggestion of the one that you and Laura worked on, but just changing it to 500. So I will withdraw my motion.
Ms. Erickson, you have your hand up?
Yeah, just to reiterate, I am willing to change the conditioned amount to 500,000, and then I would delete the last sentence in the first paragraph of the reason. I am happy to do that in the spirit of cooperation.
Ms.
And I
Moriarty?
would second that as
Ms.
proposed by
Tarkington,
Laura.
You don't have your hand up, Ms. Tarkington.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Moriarty?
I just wanted to follow up on the response that Ms. Vasiliotis gave about the DPW having access to funds. I don't think, well, there are two different projects about Greenwich Avenue. There's the streetscape repaving project and there's the intersection improvement. It's not my understanding that we want to merge these projects as being one big project. They're addressing different issues. So I didn't really, my understanding of the response is I'm not sure they had the funds sufficient to move ahead with this. However, Ms. Erickson's recent statement that she would support conditioning the full 500,000, and she has been with Ms. Tarkington in touch with the Commissioner of Public Works about these issues, having comfort that they do have sufficient funds to move forward if the full amount is conditioned. I guess that gives me, I guess, some understanding here. But if there is a concern that DPW doesn't have funds to be able to meet this condition, I would want that identified.
What's before you is a motion to amend the motion indicated on page 30. That is what the discussion is about. Okay? So on a discussion about amending the motion before you, Mr. Drake, Ms. Vasiliotis, and Ms. Hess, and I'm calling the vote.
I withdrew it.
You need Leslie to
Leslie,
withdraw.
can you withdraw, please?
I thought I seconded that, but Mr. Mason told me.
I did not.
I thought I seconded that.
What, Ms. Hess, what did you withdraw?
A motion to amend page 30.
Okay, that brings us back to the original condition on page 30, up for a vote. I think we've had enough discussion on this. If you vote yay, you're adding that condition to the resolution. If there's a different condition you want, you're voting no. Does everybody understand that?
So point of order, can I understand
Mr.
what we're
Raymond,
voting on? Is exactly the way the text, the way page 30 reads right now with no amendments? Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That is what's before us as I understand it.
Thank you.
And if somebody understands it differently, I'm all ears. Okay. So, Mr. Drake, on the page 30 motion, subject to release.
Thank you. So we're, just to be clear what Mr. Mason said, we're voting on page 30 as it's written in black and was given to everybody a week ago, without changes. If you are in favor of page 30 as presented, please vote yes. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crumming,
No,
Ms. Moriarty,
No,
Ms. Tarkington, Ms. Tarkington, Mr. Mason,
Pass.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis,
Pass.
Mr. Raymer,
No,
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No,
Ms. Erickson.
No,
That item has 1 yes, 2 waiting to vote, and the rest are no's.
My vote will be an abstention on that item.
Ms. Tarkington, we never heard from you.
My vote is also an abstention.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
I'll abstain as well.
So this item fails 1, 8, 3.
Okay. So back to sharing screen. Our next item, page 31 is out. There's no other motions on that item, if I'm correct.
So 31 is withdrawn, just to be sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, Mr. Drake, going down the,
No, there's Miss Erickson's motion. There's
I
Miss
have-
Erickson's motion.
Ms. Erickson, do you have a motion that you'd like to offer?
Yes, I would, please. It's the one that Roland shared screen just maybe within the last 15 minutes. I hate to do this, but amending that motion to change the amount from 400,000 to 500,000 and deleting the last sentence of the first paragraph of the reason.
Can we put it up on the screen, please?
Roland, can you put that up for us?
And if you want, I could quickly make those changes and send it to him, or I think it's simple enough that we can.
Roland, can you go up into this document? Are you permitted to go into the document, make the 400, 500? And then the last sentence, Ms. Erickson, could you guide Roland on that?
Beginning with, yeah, that's it, Roland. Just delete that.
Is that how you would like it presented?
That's fine with me. The formatting's a little messed up, but that's fine. That's the substance.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Erickson, seconded by Ms. Hess. Is that correct?
I'll second that if that needs seconding.
Okay, that's fine. Can you go
Sorry, I
back?
was on mute. Yes, okay.
Okay, discussion on the motion before you. We're going to call this page 20. Hang on one second, just so we get this correct.
31A.
Thank you. 30, did you say 31A?
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree with that. Thank you so much. Because I'd like to get a budget package when we're all done with all of this in there, so we have the dialogue.
Sure.
Okay, discussion on this item. Let me just see if I can see who our hands are up. I have Ms. Tarkington, followed by Ms. Erickson, followed by Ms. Vasiliotis.
I have no further comments. I do support this as presented.
Okay, Ms. Vasiliotis, your hands up.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the concerns by Ms. Moriarty on the funding available. It should be noted that for the Elm Street project, which is currently underway, the two funds were intermingled and they did rely on funds from the one to subsidize the other to get that project going. So I do think that there are sufficient funds available for this project.
Thank you. Ms. Erickson's hand is up.
Yes, just to address that specific point Ms. Vasiliotis just talked about, I think this is a source of confusion, probably giving the naming of the accounts. But it's my understanding that the Elm Street was funded from the intersection improvements and then two other accounts, the drainage and ADA. So I do not believe the streetscape account was tapped for that particular project. But again, this is confusing. We should certainly get clarity. And I suggest that Leslie Tarkington and I as liaisons follow up on this.
Thank you. Mr. Drake, I see no other hands. Please call the roll. And Roland, if
Okay,
you-
this is, that we're going to call this page 31A, and you're looking at it on your screen. Ms. Erickson,
Yes,
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Bastiodis.
Yes,
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
yes.
Ms. Tarkington. Ms. Tarkington, Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Kremick,
Yes,
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
Says 11 yes votes. Ms. Tarkington.
Yes, I'm a yes. I was muted.
Okay, thank you. Roland, can you stop screen share for me? Thank you, thank you. And I'm going to go back to our original screen share document, and I believe Mr. Drake will be, let's see. I think he's right here. Mr. Drake, if you would.
What line are we again, please?
Right here where my cursor is.
Where is your cursor?
32.
Thank you. Public Works, Road and Sidewalks, Highway Maintenance Program, Eversource, 250,000. Retaining wall maintenance, 400,000. Pembroke Road wall, 300,000. Stormwater maintenance improvements, 750,000. Glenville corridor improvements, 3 million.
We do have that one highlighted, and on page 32, Ms. Tarkington?
Yes, this is a condition on the amount of $1,400,000. The condition reads, subject to release by the Board of Estimate and Taxation upon one, explanation of DPW as to the detail of the project costs, both at the time of the original approval and currently, and two, a budget for the specific items DPW plans to implement during the construction, and three, BET approval of the budget proposed.
That's seconded by Mr. Deuce, if I'm not mistaken.
Andy seconds it.
Okay, 1 second, and I will get my participant list down to see whose hand. Ms. Moriarty's hand is up.
Sorry, took a minute for me to unmute myself. I have a concern about this motion, and I don't support it. This project was delayed in last year's capital plan. We've been presented for a few years now of what the intention of the program is. It's been vetted with the community. I believe it's been vetted with other town boards. The project itself is to make the Glenville, very heavily trafficked Glenville corridor safer. There's a series of traffic lights. There's a school in the area. And when asked about the impact of conditioning and potentially not releasing this $1.4 million of the project, and the amount, I believe, was determined only because that is the amount that's not covered by a state reimbursement, when asked what the impact on the scope of the project would be, the motioner of this did not know that. So I get concerned when our board comes in at the last minute asking for changes based on clearly just a financial target without real understanding of the project and its impact. And so I don't support this motion. I think this project has been vetted. It has been supported by the community. It's addressing a safety issue, and I think the project needs to be supported in full. Thank you.
Ms. Moriarty's hand, okay. Ms. Tarkington, your hand, Ms. Tarkington, you already spoke. Ms. Tarkington, let's just go down the list.
No, I didn't give the reason yet. I'm supposed to give the reason as the motion.
Okay,
I read the condition, but not the reason.
Ms. Tarkington, please go ahead.
Yes, the reason is to condition the Glenville Road Corridor Improvements Project for funds in excess of the CMAQ reimbursable grant of $2 million, of which $1,600,000 remains available for information that supports the cost overrun and or resizing of the Glenville Road Corridor improvements to the amount of the CMAQ reimbursement grant. And CMAQ is CMAQ.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Raymer, your hand is up.
Just to acknowledge the outpouring of emails that we received from the community in support of this project, I will not be supporting this amendment.
Ms. Erickson, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. I do think that this project has gone through the normal vetting process. It's received MI status from the Board of Selectmen and P&Z. The community is heavily involved in this project. Mr. Raymer alluded to the number of emails we got in the last few weeks, or excuse me, the last few days. I would also say that, this project has been in the budget for some time. And I think, process-wise, there's a breakdown if these concerns aren't addressed during the day-long budget hearings we have with all the departments. I think it's last minute. I think this project is well down the road. In fact, I don't think that there was an increase in scope. I think there was actually a decrease in scope. Some bike lanes and some other things were removed from the project. So I am not planning to support this amendment. And I urge my fellow members not to support it.
I see no other hands up. Mr. Drake, would you call the roll?
We're voting on page 32.
I had my hand up, Mike, sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hess, I did not see your hand up. Ms. Hess,
I was,
your
so
hand-
I support this project. And I think that the reason I'll support the condition is the same reason I'm supporting conditions on the Greenwich Avenue. And some of the stuff that we're doing there, which is to just have a little bit more clarity. I in no way want a condition to hold up this project. I do agree that there's huge community support, and by supporting the condition in no way say that I don't support the project. So I'm hoping that, just kind of coming back to the BET with a little bit more clarity will help this, and that this can move along very quickly. Thank you.
Mr. Drake, I see no hands up. Would you call the rolls?
We're voting on page 32. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruick,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkenton,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Pass.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Ms. Erickson.
No.
This item has 4 yeses so far. Mr. Mason,
I'll vote yes, and that makes the vote 5-7.
5-7, it fails.
Thank you. Moving on. Mr. Drake,
Just, can I throw myself on your mercy? Can you make that spreadsheet bigger yet?
I
In the lower right, just click
could
there.
try.
A little more, little more.
No, I can't because I lose my.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you, sorry. All right, we're on line 37. CMAC Arch Street improvements for $750,000. Greenwich High soil remediation for $10 million. Holly Hill facility for $350,000.
And we have a form there. My name is on this. This is a motion to delete 350,000. Do I have a second?
I second.
Motion second. Discussion on a motion. This is a project we have talked about for at least 3 budgets. I think we've had a lot of dialogue on it. Quite frankly, I think the last statement says it all. I think the town has been in this facility for a long time, making improvements, changing. I think we discussed it at the workshop, and I want to postpone this item, which is $350,000. And I would say that with everything going on with the tipping fees and everything else, the town should be considering this facility's operation, who's operating it, and look for alternatives. And I think as of to date, we've been sort of taking one bite at the apple here and there. And I don't see customer satisfaction with the hours that are available to the public. And I think it's time we change the dialogue, or let me rephrase that. We increase the dialogue on our Holly Hill recovery facility. So I would hope the members would support postponing this item this year. Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up.
Yes, again, this is about process and new information when it comes out. This project, maybe the BET's discussed it for 3 years, but clearly the discussion, I think a request to address the needs at Holly Hill goes back more than just 3 years. The project scope, as presented, is to address stormwater management and revising the traffic patterns that resulted from the change in tipping fees and having more residents bringing down their goods to the facility. I guess I'm a little, some of the reasons I think you identified last week at the workshop for not supporting this had to do with Western Middle School's potential remediation and the use of the connection between the fields and the road here. But the area of the project is intended to address different parts of the facility and not where that road intersects. So I didn't see why that would be a reason not to move forward with necessary planning. These are planning funds. there are resources that we can move forward with the best thing that we can do with this facility as we continue the way we're owning it. You've thrown out a new concept just recently that you want to consider outsourcing this particular facility. That certainly hasn't been part of the discussions that I've been involved with. It's a new idea. It's not yet vetted. And I'm concerned about us not having a capital plan that we can rely on, that we move forward with in a regular fashion as we move things in and out. So I don't know how we move forward with studying that concept or what the expectation would be. Certainly there's been no discussion with the first selectman that I'm aware of, or with DPW on the pros and cons of that. So I would be for supporting to keep this in the budget. And those are kind of parallel paths, I suppose, to evaluate. But I think that that kind of concept takes usually multi-years to research and determine things, and yet we have what sounds like, and it could be safety issues, as we have a commingling of the residents and the commercial traffic down at Holly Hill. We have clearly a crowding issue down there. And so I think these funds would help us address a known safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to remind everybody that today's decision day, it's not a debate. There's a motion in front of you. If you think there's something that you need more information on, or that you're going to influence a vote, I'm all welcome. I get nervous when I hear about a safety thing. I really think you ought to document things like that before you just throw statements out like that. And I just think that's not good for the community. And I think we should stick at the task at hand today, and that's decision day. And I appreciate all the comments and the dialogue. And you know, it's when you talk about process and how we're going about it, some people want to stay in the rhythm and repeat government, and some people want to make changes to better the community. And that's a dialogue that should always be going on. So I appreciate that. Ms. Erickson, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. Just 2 additional data points, if you don't mind. One, we received an email from the commissioner last night, sort of urging that these funds be retained in the budget. We have given DPW Holly Hill a charge with the residential permitting program with the pandemic and the increased volume, both in cars and people visiting the site. It has been a challenge to enforce that. Changes have been made to separate residential and commercial. They may be temporary, they may be permanent, we don't know. I would also point to a draft audit. It is draft, so the audit committee has seen it. I think we take it up, if I'm not mistaken, at our next meeting, which is April 13th. But in that draft audit, there is some suggestions about better controls for the flow and the enforcement of the residential permitting program. So I think we do have enough data points to say that some of this money is definitely needed. And stormwater management has been an ongoing concern at that area for years, as we all know. There's no doubt that the scope of the master plan at Holly Hill is probably due for a relook. But I would urge you not to delete this money in its entirety. I could perhaps support a reduction in the amount, but to delete 350, leaving them no money, to me just seems not like, it's not the right move right now with everything that's going on down there. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Faslotis is the last hand up, and I'll call the vote.
Just some quick comments. I'm not sure that there is a safety issue. I've seen no evidence of that. I do frequent the area weekly to dispose of my garbage, and I haven't seen the audit report, so I can't comment to say that we have enough data points.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, Mr. Drake, would you call the roll?
We're voting on page 33. Ms. Erickson,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Mr. Deuce. Mr.
Yes.
Deuce, Mr. Raymer,
No.
Ms. Fasciotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkenton,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Kremick,
No,
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
That item, that is 6-6 for the moment.
That item will pass 7-6.
Okay, we continue. Eastern Greenwich Civic Center replacement, 18,677,000.
We have a item on that.
Couple items.
Page 34, right, Mr. Drake?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You're going faster than me. This is a condition or subject to release such today by the Board of Estimate and Taxation upon review acceptance of the BET. Number one, confirmation of a substantial public-private partnership, donation agreements to include funding amount, funding timeline and conditions, and an operations plan including potential tenants and user fees schedules. And number three, release of funds upon review and acceptance of the final bid, including contingencies. And that's a motion. Do I have a second?
Yes, you do.
Mr. Drake, that brings us to discussion on the item. Obviously, I think we had a pretty lengthy dialogue on this item at the workshop. And I think one of the comments that kind of stuck out in my mind, making me, rethink this item or not, was I think Mr. Raymer made a comment, if you do not get a public-private partnership, are you not going to do this project? And I'm going to say, I thought about that, and I would say my answer to the added dialogue from the workshop is, I don't know the answer to that, but it certainly would help out in the other sections of our capital model where we're always seeking to find funding and help and resources to get other items done. So I am still behind this motion, and I hope we put this subject to release on it. And I hope this leads to many, many public-private partnerships in town. And I think what we're looking for is details very similar to the idea that we had back in the Barb swimming pool area. So hopefully we'll get support on this. Ms. Crumick, your hand is up.
yes, I would like to just talk a bit about the public-private partnership and the impact that seems to be having on our discussions on major capital projects. I am not in support of this motion, I believe, or amendment. I believe that we need to go forward with a civic center for the eastern side of town, whether or not other third-party private parties decide they want to support it. No problem with we'd be delighted if they did. But I think you've got a project that has been asked for, worked on, discussed, negotiated for years. We're now talking about over a decade that this has been requested by our community. And I think now to say that we are going to condition it on substantial public-private partnership donation agreements is unfortunate. I do think that we need to go forward whether or not there is public-private partnership money coming in. This is something the community has wanted for a long time, and we should be supporting that as a project that furthers the community and the needs of the residents of this community. So I, for one, am going to vote this down.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Raymer. Your hand is next.
So there's another amendment which is offered, which appears at page 35. And the difference between the two is an implication in the one we're looking at right now, that unless there are in fact substantial public-private partnership donations, that the project should not go forward. Then there's a second condition in the one that's before us now, which is an operations plan showing potential tenants and user fees. And the implication there is that unless this is somehow a profit-making venture or something, perhaps it should not go forward. I don't want to support either one of those two implications. I would support the project even if there were no private donations, even if there were minimal tenants paying us user fees, because I think it's an important facility for the town, not just for the eastern side of town, but for the town generally. So I will favor the conditions offered at page 35, but for the moment, what's before us is the one on page 34, and I will not favor those.
Thank you. Ms. Vassilotis, your hand is up.
I'm actually surprised at this conversation only because this board has conditioned other projects such as the Byron Pool, Western Greenwich Civic Center, and there's, I'm sure, others that have been conditioned on the raising of public-private partnerships. So it's just amazing to me that we don't agree that there should be some sort of public-private funding for this project. I've heard calls for different amounts to do this. I think that this is a reasonable expectation. I've also had conversations as part of the advisory committee on this. And I do think that the committee expects that they will be expected to raise private funds for this project. So I don't think that this is onerous. I don't think that this will preclude the project from going forward. I think having a business plan, we're not saying that we're going to reject the business plan, but I think that we need to know going forward what's involved with this. I don't think all of this is unreasonable, and I will be supporting it.
Ms. Cruz, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to echo what Mr. Raymer said. I won't be supporting this motion, but will be supporting the following motion. And my main discomfort is really with that word substantial. By all means, if there are a number of people who want to donate to this particular project, please do. But the word substantial is very subjective. I also agree that if substantial donations don't come forward, we should still move forward on this project. And I'll just end by saying that, and I know one of our members was part of this committee. They did a fantastic job at actually taking in what was an enormous project of wants and really getting it down to the, must-haves in that neighborhood to get this to a community center that would fit all the desires, but still be reasonably priced. And so, in many ways, this number could have been, if based on just the wants of the community, could have been much higher. So it's already whittled down to a good and comprehensive number that, again, if there are donations, fantastic, but we shouldn't be conditioning on substantial.
Mr. Weisbrod, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too will be voting against this amendment, and it does not represent a vote against the public-private partnership. On the contrary, I am fully behind the idea of the public-private partnership. The reason I'm voting against this is to allow our first selectman, who we all know through public reports is engaged in the very act of finding and dealing with a private donor. So I want to give our first selectman full leeway to continue his discussions, his negotiations, and whatever path he's pursuing. And I don't want to shackle that or inhibit that by imposing this condition. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, so I will say, Mr. Drake, before you call the roll, obviously, I want to make sure we do have two competing motions on the same subject, and I think in fairness, I think we're looking at the two, and I will accept a comment on the other one, but otherwise, if I don't see any more hands, I think if we dispose of the first one, you can assume that what the vote would be on the second one. So I just want to make sure everybody has the opportunity, that's all. Seeing no hands, Mr. Drake, if you would call the roll.
We're voting on page 34. A yes vote is for the conditions that are before you. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crummey,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fasciotis,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Mr. Dukes,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No,
Ms. Erickson.
No.
That is 66 for the moment.
That item will be 7-6. That
Do
brings
we
us
need
to
to vote on page 35, friends?
correct. Ms. Moriarty, do you want to?
There's no reason to introduce this motion since the prior one passed.
Okay. Mr. Drake, moving on in the same category, highlighted.
Yes, the Hamel Rink facility improvements. And since it's my motion, I'm happy to talk for 1 second.
Okay.
Do I have it?
All right, Mr. Drake, you're up. You're actually on that motion.
And I need a second. Was someone second it?
I'll second that.
This simple condition is the routine one that you've seen before on other projects, New Lebanon and other projects. Here, for the rink design, the 30% of the design has been contracted for with the SLAM firm, and it's underway. And so what this does is give us at the BET a condition, kind of a trigger or a hold on releasing the 70% completion of it until the project has passed through all its site approval by planning and zoning and MI, and everyone in town will know the size and scope of the project by then. So this is what's requested by DPW and what you've seen before.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up.
Yes, I think that I have a question on the wording of the motion because it doesn't take into account the appeal period that could occur after the P&Z grants CMI. We ran into that a little bit with a release of funds for the Board of Ed earlier this year. And I'm wondering, I would suggest you add the following clause to the motion, which is subject to no appeal of the granted MI within the appeal period.
It doesn't trouble me personally to do that. It's just an amendment to an amendment, but the substance seems fine to me.
So if I may ask a question, I totally understand that. And obviously this board's been through this a couple of times, so this is not new to us. But I guess you could say the language there upon municipal improvement. Municipal improvement includes the approval and that holdover, whatever that 30-day window is called. So I guess you could say it's there.
I would say that it says upon municipal improvement by P&Z. So it's not clear.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. I mean, I think, quite frankly, it is something new. We're seeing this as more projects get MI as well, too, with the various departments, too.
Could I ask Ms. Moriarty to slowly say again what she said so I can be the secretary of it?
So the wording, it could just follow right after Planning and Zoning Commission of the draft you have would be subject to no appeal of the granted municipal improvement within the appeal period.
That seems fine with me, and I'm happy to remake my motion if Mr. Mason will remake it with me, second it with me.
Please do.
Then thanks. No, I don't think anybody needs it read for a third time.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Drake's motion, Ms. Tarkington, your hand is up.
Yeah, now we're getting into some nitty gritty, but I wonder in terms of this amendment, also planning and zoning site plan approvals can be appealed to the court. So, and there's the same period there. That's what we were also waiting for, say, on Cardinal Stadium. I wonder if we're getting too much into the nitty gritty, as you pointed out, and, need to address this, as we look forward and not necessarily on this one, because I do think this is getting complicated and does need to be discussed further. But I understand the spirit of this, and I do think it needs to be addressed over the longer term.
Ms. Erickson, your hand is up.
Yes, I tend to agree that we're getting pretty technical here. I understand the intent and I appreciate it. But what if there is an appeal? There is a process. It can go to the RTM. It can be resolved with that legislative body. And I wouldn't want to not release the funds because there wasn't an appeal. So I'm actually happy leaving the language as is. I think as we go through this process, We can have dialogue and conversations to further express our intent. But I think once we start going down these technical pathways, we get tripped up a little bit.
Ms. Hess, your hand is up.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should leave the language as is, and maybe we could just have the minutes reflect that when we talk about MI, not only do we talk about the approval, but in fact, we also mean the 30-day period. And I think Leslie Tarkington said it, which is this is something maybe we can address on a go-forward basis. But I think as is with the intent in our minutes, and let's move on and just vote as is. Thank you.
Ms. Fascilotis, your hand is up.
I'm sorry, the screen was flipping, so I couldn't unmute myself. I actually am supporting this. I think that just for clarity's sake, we need to understand that there is an appeal process within the RTM, which could then be appealed to the Superior Court. And, there are specific time limits for those. If there is no appeal made within those time limits, the project can proceed. If there is not an appeal, rather, if there is an appeal, then the project will be stalled anyway. I don't think that it's bad practice to include this as part of the condition. So I will be supporting the additional language.
Mr. Drake, your hand is up.
I was convinced by Mrs. Moriarty's smart comments, and then I was subsequently convinced by Ms. Erickson's smart comments. So I think ultimately, if you have the wording, it has to be changed, because you can't say, as Ms. Erickson points out, you can't say subject to no appeal. What you really mean is, if there's appeal, that it is decided favorably. I think the best thing to do is just leave it. The reality is, it's not going. If this thing is hung up in either venue, it's not going to go forward. We're not going to push the trigger on the architectural design until we know what we're designing. So you don't need the extra words ultimately. I think the sense is clear.
Mr. Douche, your hand is up.
Yes, I'm going to support this, but I don't think this condition is needed at all, because we can't, as Bill suggested, it can't proceed without MI. And so why are we conditioning this? Just a thought.
Okay. I see no hands up. So there's an amendment.
Go ahead, Mike.
On the floor. Mr. Drake accepted, and I accepted the second. So the item before you is really the page 36 amended by the sponsors. I see no hands up.
Yeah, I have a hand up. Then if we're going to vote it with the condition, then it needs a slight tweak with respect to Ms. Moriarty. It needs to say subject to you got to have the idea that it's after the appeals periods, not subject to no appeal. You can have an appeal, it just has to be decided favorably. So instead of all these words, why don't we just say after relevant appeal periods? Is that okay?
You can't, you'd have to make a motion to amend the amendment already. Okay.
I'll make that motion. Just, I'm trying to capture the ideas that everybody's discussed. So
Okay.
it would be what's.
I'm gonna say we're not gonna do that. We can come back to this if you'd like later on with somebody writing it. I have to see it. We're way. I'll say this again: amending documents like this on the fly, especially in this environment, I have to see it. I won't vote for it in that. Let me just give everybody one little reminder. We're scheduled till 4 o'clock today. We don't have to approve a budget till May 5th. I just want to keep everybody's schedule in mind with the documents we're talking about, trying to have a special meeting and our regular schedule. So just keep that in mind. I'm hearing a lot of editorial and a debate. This is not a debate. People are stating their opinion, what they want to vote. If you need more information, ask the question, but that's what we're here to do today. So I just caution everybody, we do have till May 5th to send a budget to the RTM. So I would just caution everybody to try to keep this moving. Okay, I'm going to come back to, Karen, would you make a note, come back to line 41 on this item? I will do that when we get to the end of capital. If people would like to draft something that we will share screen and have a visual on. Mr. Drake, continuing on line 42.
We're in town hall space utilization, 204,000, roof replacement, 40,000, asbestos and lead abatement, 51,000, electrical systems upgrades, 35,000, HVAC and boiler equipment upgrades, 25,000, leased buildings, 100,000, and DPW loader, 420,000.
We have that highlighted. Mr. Deuce.
Yes, I'm going to be making a motion to defer the requested replacement of this loader by the Department of Public Works.
And I'll second.
By Ms. Fascilotis. Mr.
Yeah,
Deuce.
yeah. My reason is this is a new request, and although this is an aging piece of equipment, it still remains serviceable, and I think deferring it 1 year is not too risky.
Okay, I see no hands up. Mr. Drake, would you call the roll?
So this is page 37. A yes vote eliminates the capital item. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crummey,
No.
I believe Mr. Deuce's statement that this was new in the capital plan is not correct, and I'm trying to pull out my document on that. But we heard input from.
Would you like me to reconsider starting the vote again for the Ms. Crummick's hand and your hand that came up after we started the vote?
I would, only because I wasn't quick enough to click on my hand. You moved very
Mr. Crummick's
quickly.
hand is up first, though.
Yeah,
And-
I just wanted to counter. I'm concerned at Mr. Deuce's rationale for why we would not vote this up and approve it. It concerns me because the message goes back to the departments. You got to put something in several years in a row so that at some point somebody will vote on it. My assumption, I think department heads are in good faith putting things into the budget that they need at this point. And I think we second guess them to the detriment of the town, that there are reasons why they're asking for this equipment at this point. And they've certainly during the budget committee process have explained that pretty thoroughly. So I'm not in favor of this motion to amend.
So without any detriment to the BET, Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up.
Yes, the loader equipment was included in last year's capital request. It was deleted by this board on April 27th when capital was slashed in half. And I'm now looking at the prior year's budget doesn't include that kind of breakout for the detail. But I do want to point out that this loader was in the budget last year at 400,000. It's in the budget this year at 420,000. We hear that it is an important piece of equipment down at Holly Hill. And by deferring it, we only will incur higher costs. So I'm not sure of the rationale of deferring the expenditure. Thank you.
Mr. Ramers, but before I continue, do we have an inflation schedule on this project? I mean, I understand 1 year it went from one to the other. I'm not sure it was the same equipment. Okay, Mr. Raymer, your hand is up.
And indeed, the department told us that they would be replacing the tires on this equipment at $30,000 worth of expense if it were postponed, even if it's postponed for just 1 year. They also indicate that there's periods of down on this piece of equipment, which requires that they rent equipment during those periods of down with an expense. I think it's actually less costly for us to replace the equipment this year than to postpone it.
Mr. Deuce, your hand is up.
Yeah, it's just to point out on page 56 of the budget book, they make no reference to this being in the prior year's budget, and that's what I drew my information from. It said the project was not reflecting the prior year's budget for doesn't show any dollar amount, and apparently that's a mistake on their part. But that's what I was reading and what was submitted to us by the Department of Public Works.
Should we resume the vote? Oh, sorry, Mr. Mason.
Will you call the roll, please?
So I have 3 votes. Cruiser, Hess, and Crumick have voted already. Ms. Moriarty, On page 37, Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkington,
yes,
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
I'm a yes, Ms. Fasciotis,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer.
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
no,
Ms. Erickson.
no,
That item is 6-6 for the moment.
That item is carried 7-6. Moving on, Mr. Drake, we go through, oh, we got a bunch there.
We're in fleet. The SUV for 34,000, the pickup truck for 125,000, the roller for 40,000, the van for 44,000, the Terex loader for 150,000, a tractor for 75,000, a pickup truck for 120,000, a lowboy dump truck for 117,000, an SUV for Parks and Rec at 31,000, and an SUV for the tax assessor at 30,000, and now the fire department rescue pumper, $850,000.
Okay, we have an item on that. That's my item. This is to remove 850,000 pumper acquisition to be deferred pending on the release of the fire department strategic plan with details for management, operations stations, and equipment to permit proper equipment to execute the strategic plan. That's the motion. Ms. Tarkington, you're seconding it?
I'm seconding it. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Discussion on the item. Obviously, for those who served on Matrix and those who are working with the new company, there has always been talk about the various types of equipment and their response capabilities. There's been lately, we've been adding not pumpers. Let me take that back. Tankers to help with the water supply. There's talk of all different kinds of vehicles that are going on. That dialogue is live right now. The actual request was for a fire department rescue pumper. We typically, our regular equipment that we buy is usually called a fire department engine pumper. I don't know exactly what the difference is, but this item certainly can be deferred for a year. The town of Greenwich has more than ample equipment. Some say we have more firefighting equipment than the city of New Haven. I don't know that to be factually true, but it's a dialogue we hear. And I think this item can wait, and I hope we support this until we get everything sort of organized in all of the fire department studies and looks that we're doing right now. Thank you. Ms. Cruiser, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I actually won't be supporting this particular deferment. My understanding is this is a over 20-year-old piece of apparatus. It's 23 years. It's going to move over to the Byram station, where hopefully we'll get a few more years. I'm really concerned, particularly given the activity and of the standards body that defines sort of what these pumpers need to have and what these engines need to have change in the interim, which is only going to mean that the procurement process then needs to restart. And usually that also comes with a cost increase. So it's obviously an old piece of equipment. I say let's move forward with the known rather than deal with potentially more expensive unknown in the year in future years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moriarty. Your hand is up.
Yes. Look, we know that the fire department is committed to completing a strategic plan, to assessing response times, to addressing the recommendations in the matrix study. And I think at every turn where we talk about limiting their access to resources, it has a negative implication on the fire response. I think if you really believe that the fire department and the fleet department together, you wouldn't use the right judgment in buying the right equipment. Maybe, Mr. Mason, you should consider conditioning these funds. But to say we're going to defer the expense when we know there are long lead times on this item. This was in last year's budget, was deferred from last year's budget on the April 27th vote. And it came into us instead of 800,000 last year is now at 850. I think that there are issues maybe that you believe you understand better about fire response that you want to discuss through, but there are other methods to doing that rather than just not appropriating the resources that are being requested. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, Mr. Drake, would you call the roll?
Yes, we're on page 38. A yes vote is a vote to remove the item from the capital budget. Ms. Erickson,
no,
Mr. Weisbrod,
no,
Mr. Deuce. Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer.
No.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason.
Yes.
Ms. Tarkenton.
yes,
Ms. Moriarty.
no,
Ms. Krummy. Ms. Krummy.
No, sorry,
Ms. Hess.
no,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
That item is 6-6 for the moment.
That item passes 7-6.
Okay, we continue.
Line
Uh, The next item is, where are we here? The fire department SUV, 59,000, and a second fire department SUV, 59,000.
So we have a highlighted one. I think the second one, line 61, there's a message there. This is for a vehicle for the assistant chief position. This would be to cancel an SUV pending approval of proposed additional fire chief CIP describes project will be canceled if the proposed addition assistant chief is not approved. So if I go back to the office of what our actions were on the office of the fire department.
I believe it was approved 7-5.
Was 7-5. So therefore this item needs to be pulled. Is everybody aware of that? Everybody clear on that?
It needs to be what?
Pulled. The vote was
Needs to
7-5 to reorg the department.
Removed.
No. The position, I believe, was approved 7-5.
That's why,
Right.
Correct.
that's
so
why,
he's withdrawing this motion.
Oh, I
Correct.
see. I'm sorry.
Now, I would say in pulling that, not that this discussion should be happening right now, but the question will be with the recruiting officer, if there was a vehicle attached there that could be switched over. That should be the dialogue that we should have had, but the budget committee didn't ask that on that. So we really should get confirmation of what happens with that vehicle. So moving on. Mr. Drake, line 62.
Find it. Police Department Interceptor, 290,000, 5 of them, 290,000. Fleet SUVs, 30,000. Human Services SUV, 33,000. Forklift truck, 55,000. Bruce Museum replacement of exterior windows, 51,000. And GEMS Station 4, $1,410,000.
Okay, we have on that one. Let me see what we have. Ms. Tarkington, we have a subject to release on that. Ms. Tarkington, you're up.
yes, we actually have two things on this one. We combined the actions on this. The first thing this is doing is transferring back into external entities, GEM Station 4, the construction for GEM Station 4 from the DPW. Actually, in the budget books, it doesn't show that, but it was so voted in the budget committee. And there's also a condition subject to release by the Board of Estimate of Taxation upon confirmation of receipt of $200,000 from GEMS. And if this is second, then I'll give the reason.
Seconded is by Ms. Moriarty.
I'll second it.
Yes. thank you.
Okay, so the reasons, number one, the BET Budget Committee transferred GEM Station for EMS crew station construction and attached garage to the DPW building construction and maintenance. This reverses the transfer and retains GEM Station 4 construction within the town department as an external entity project, with town purchasing RFP and invoice payments approved by the town administrator and construction site oversight by DPW building construction and maintenance as documented in an agreement. Number two, to condition the application for the GEMS Board agreed public-private partnership contribution to the construction of GEM Station 4 of $200,000. I'll add here that in addition, GEMS will pay for furniture, fixture, and equipment costs of $330,000. So their contribution is $530,000 of this public-private partnership.
Okay, so just because I think there's a fair amount of people. This is a contribution to a capital project at 1327 King Street, which GEMS is, and I'll have a question for our law committee, actually. GEMS is offering the town not only a gift, but in kind, doing all of the A&E work on this project. So this is a subject to release on that gift. And if I'm not mistaken, there's a resolution, law committee members, in the budget to accept the other stuff from the GEMS. Is that true?
No.
Okay. I'm in favor of this motion. That's the dialogue. I just want to make sure that when this goes to the RTM knows that they're accepting a gift. There's a public-private part, I just want to make sure it's clear. That's all. Mr. Raymer, your hand is up.
So it's a pity to my mind that this is this motion has two pieces to it, because I support the project and I support the item number 2 in this motion to amend. I just don't support the first. It is of concern to me that this is a town-owned piece of land. When the project is done, it's going to be a town-owned facility. Most of the construction funds are town funds. And I think it was correct that the Budget Committee, by a 3-1 vote, made the entity that is receiving the funds and supervising the project the Department of Public Works. And by transferring it back, we're making a gift of these funds to an external entity and leaving them with supervision of the project, which is not comfortable to me. I'll be voting against this item, but not because I'm against the project and not because I'm against the second piece. It's only because I'm against the first piece. I'll vote against it if for any reason the motion fails. I'll be glad to verbally, I'm sure somebody else would too, offer the amendment that's in paragraph number 2 verbally from the floor.
Ms. Crumick's hand is next.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, couldn't see whether I was muted or not. I believe in the law committee, we referred this back to the first selectman's office, so we did not vote on it. And
Okay. Ms. Tarkington?
Yes, again, this has been reviewed with both GEMS and with Ben Branyan. And, the reason describes how there is an operating agreement that the town is signing with GEMS. It's documenting, it's actually the town administrator who's working on the purchasing RFP. He's going to be signing off on the invoice payments, et cetera. So this reflects not that we're handing this back to GEMS to do, but that this is being handled within the first selectman's office by the town administrator. And it will have that supervision. In addition, there is going to, it's documented that the oversight by the DPW building construction and maintenance. And I believe he's going to visit the site at least once every two weeks. I haven't been involved in this. I would expect that at some point this agreement would be before the town, the BET law committee. But I don't know what the schedule for that is, but I do know they're working on this at this point in time. And this is the spirit of what the agreement either is already stating or is stating.
Ms. Hess, your hand is up.
Yes, I will support this this condition as presented. I think it's a good idea. I think it's a great project. I fully support the project, and I look forward to getting this to get through. Thank you.
Ms. Vassilotis, your hand is up.
Yeah, just to clarify on what Beth had said, this originally came as a condition, as a amendment to the budget resolutions. The law department did not add add this to the budget resolution since it was a one-time donation and not recurring. And we felt it was more, it was better for either a condition or work by the town attorney, by the first selectman, sorry.
Okay, Mr. Raymer, your hand, Mr. Raymer, Ms. Moreira, your hands are up again, Mr. Raymer.
So at the present time, of course, we have no operating agreement and none has been discussed with us, and there's no condition here for the operating agreement. And when we had conversations with the Department of Public Works, there wasn't any current plan for them to be doing the supervision. They understood that the supervision was going to be done by GEMS through Andy Fox. I have full confidence in Andy Fox. I just don't think this is a business-like way to do it, which is why the majority of the Budget Committee had transferred the item back to the Department of Public Works. Department of Public Works can work closely with Andy Fox and allow him to do 99% of the work, but I just want the responsibility left with the Department of Public Works, and that's my concern about the first item. And again, there's no condition here for the operating agreement that has been referred to.
Okay, Ms. Moriarty, and we'll call a vote.
Yeah, no, my comment is, I think, look, I have confidence that the conversations between GEMS, DPW, and the First Selectman's office about how this project's going to be managed and overseen by the town. It is a town building on town land, or it will be a town building. That it will work. I believe the town administrator has indicated that whether the funding sits in external entities or DPW, it still gets handled. He intends on overseeing the invoice payments. He intends on having our construction department within DPW overseeing and inspecting the progress of the work and the plans being done. So I think the change that I can support the change being suggested by Ms. Tarkington, and I seconded this motion. So I'll support the motion. As far as our resolutions, I believe the law committee had been debating the receipt of gifts of the A&E funds, which is not addressed in this motion, and determining that it's not appropriate to put in the budget resolutions. It's a one-time gift that still does need to be approved by the RTM. This gift of $200,000 for the construction money, to me, is consistent to put in budget resolutions because if it affects a budget item. So yes, it goes in this year to accept the donations, and it can cover the $330,000 of furniture by the GEMS organization as well. So it may stay in there for even 2 years. And I would suggest that we do consider a resolution in our budget to cover those 2 items. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more hands up. Mr. Drake, page 40, would you call the roll?
Yes. Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess. I'm going to come back to Ms. Hess. Ms. Crummy,
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fasciotis,
Yes,
Mr. Raymer.
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
Circling back to Ms. Hess.
Sorry, yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
All good. That item succeeds 11-1.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Drake, I think we're on line 68.
Schools, tech network infrastructure, 278,000. Food service equipment, 10,000. Security upgrades, 340,000. Ceilings and lightings, 381,000. Central middle school expansion renovation, 102,000.
Okay, we have a motion on page 41. My name is on it, I'll make it. Board of Education to delete the 102. The reason is, as it appears in the dialogue, but request is to funding complete a feasibility study to determine the need for a renovation or replacement to the Central Middle School. This study should be deferred to address the other schools' building priorities as Central Middle School is prioritized by the KG&D Greenwich Public Schools Facility Master Plan is scheduled for implementation within years 2029 to 2033. Central Middle School project costs as depicted by KG&D are $103 million. and that's a motion to delete. Mr. Drake, do you have a second on that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The explanation says it all. I mean, the projects before this, according to the KG&D and according to the Board of Ed's prioritization, are JC, Riverside, Old Greenwich, the security building. Obviously, we're already underway on that. The fields were underway on that, and obviously, we're in dialogue right now about North Miamis. This is just something that the Board of Ed is got to get back on. It's just prioritization and the ability to get it done. And I see no problem deferring this one for a year, as we did 2 years ago when we deferred one of the schools' feasibility, just again, because the project was in the out years and it was deemed at that time, I wasn't in leadership, but it was deemed that time that it was too early to do the feasibility on that. I think there's going to be a lot of dialogue on our schools' capital master plan going forward, but I see no impact. I think the Board of Ed, quite frankly, has got more than their share of projects, and their hands are kind of full at the moment. Ms. Moriarty.
Yes, I do not support this motion. I think this hurts the BET's attempt to do good financial planning, and it hurts the Board of Ed's efforts in determining what they need to do with their buildings. We received an explanation, more clarification from the superintendent. I don't know if it went to all BET members, but I would like to read Dr. Jones's explanation of the use of these funds. But just before I read that, I want to go into background. In the next 5 years, there's $21 million in our capital plan to address issues within Central Middle School, and I believe it gets to over 30 million prior to the slotted potential replacement renovation. The question that's being asked is to perform a more detailed engineering study than would have been encompassed in the facilities plan, to really determine how best to utilize that building until it gets renovated. What investments are necessary? What's the real state behind the walls of this building? Potentially identify a different strategy than a total demolition and replacement. And I think the BET and the Board of Ed would greatly benefit from that information. So Dr. Jones sent us the following information. The engineering study could shed light on many things, most notably the actual health behind the walls and up in the ceiling. The facilities master plan did not include this level of detail with an engineering firm. The intent of the study is not to generate educational specifications, but to provide more thorough understanding of the entire building and possible solutions. Currently, we have heavy investment required to try and keep the building going. This study could help Greenwich Public Schools refine a newer approach. We're going to spend approximately $38 million to keep the building going over the 15 years so that we can turn around and most likely knock it down. An engineering study may be able to tell us which areas of the buildings are most critical to replace, and instead of large annual infrastructure improvements, we could possibly invest in the actual long-term solution. I think that seems like a very reasonable approach to addressing a need that they've identified. We're all looking at the size of the capital plan, and removing these resources just doesn't allow us to consider the best funding strategy for the school. Thank you.
Mr. Raymer, your hand is up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you can expect the schools people to prioritize if you don't give them the funds with which to do the analysis to determine what work is required. By keeping yourself ignorant, you don't improve the decision-making process, and you don't defer the outcomes of failing to do the maintenance that you need to do. I would point out that you're doing roughly $750,000 worth of capital projects on Central Middle School this year. You're scheduled or projected to do $3.5 million in fiscal year 23, $1.25 million in fiscal year 24, $5 3/4 million in fiscal year 25. Do you really want to be lunging into these projects while you kept yourself blind as to what the condition of the property is? I think you need to do the analysis to be able to make the prioritization that the rationale for this motion is saying is required before you do the looking. I don't think that's correct. I think you have it reversed.
Before I call Ms. Cruiser, Mr. Raymer, you didn't accidentally call anybody ignorant, did you?
I didn't call anybody
That must have
ignorant.
been
I
my
said we're
mistake hearing
keeping
that.
ourselves ignorant of the facts by not doing the study. I didn't call any person ignorant.
Okay, Ms. Cruiser, your hand is up.
Thank you,
To the
Sorry.
chair, I object to this. That just feels snarky to me. You're putting words in my mouth and suggesting a tone that was not in my remarks at all.
Quite frankly, Mr. Raymer, I just asked you a question. That's all I did. I heard the words.
No, there's an implication. No,
Researching
I'm
KG
sorry.
right
I'm
now.
sorry, Mr. Mason, but there's an implication that I called somebody ignorant, and that was not the case. And I think you're injecting a tone here that is unnecessary and not appropriate.
I just asked the question, Mr. Raymer. That's all I did. I've heard lots of interjection of words that are forcing assumptions on people. I just asked you a question, and I'm
There's
sorry.
a world of difference between my suggesting that by not doing an analysis, we leave ourselves ignorant. There's a world of difference between that and a setting in which I have called a person ignorant, something which did not happen, but which you implied.
Again, I just asked the question. Ms. Fascilotis, your hand is up.
Mr. Mason, may I go? I think Mr.
Oh, I'm
Raymer,
sorry, Ms. Cruiser, was your hand? Did I?
it was, you called on
I'm
me, but continue.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I went back and forth. I'm trying to find something in the document. I'm sorry, Ms. Cruiser, followed by,
No problem.
good, I just lower. Ms. Cruiser is next.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to remind this board that actually before the budget came to us, there was an item at this particular property, which was the redoing of the fields to the tune of $2.3 million that the Board of Ed actually cut in order to be able to put this item forward very cleanly and the two items not to compete. And obviously this item is a much smaller dollar size. I guess what I'm not understanding in this motion is that the administration, which is a relatively new one, has come in, and the three people sort of at the top of deciding the well-being of the students in this building, as well as now knowing our culture, which is you don't ask for the BET funds lightly. You know it's important if you have to come before us. I think they've clearly learned that. At best, this what they're telling us is that this is a money pit potentially, and that we're spending a lot of money on it until it's due to be completely refurbed or more likely knocked down. And at worst, there's a real concern for risk here. And I'm very disappointed that we're not stopping and listening to what the experts are saying, which is, please let us take a look. It's a small amount, and then we will reassess once we know what's behind those walls and those ceilings, and structurally in this building. The only building, I'll remind everyone, is the only one that KG&D slated to be a potentially a complete demolition. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Crumick's hand is up, followed by Ms. Weisbrod. Mr. Weisbrod.
You overlooked me. I'm sorry.
I'm
You
sorry.
put my hand down. Before you put hands down, you should
I
call
have
me.
help with that. I didn't ask for, but I have help.
That's
with that.
okay. Okay, I mean, I really think this is a chicken and egg argument. I think that you have a detailed report from KG&D that outlined the deficiencies of this building. You have what they concluded, and it may not be the conclusion that the Board of Education ultimately makes, with a price tag that now everybody is kind of discounting. I think that if the Board of Ed wants to make this a priority school, they've set the priorities. They've basically put this out a number of years. Then they should reset their priorities, make Central Middle School their top priority. And then I could get behind doing studies and figuring out what needs to be done. I just don't think that it's realistic at this point, when they are not scheduling this until the outer years, to spend money on this when it may languish for many years and be outmoded. So I do think that this should be sent back to the Board of Ed, who needs to have a discussion as to what their priorities are for the buildings, and then come back to us accordingly.
Thank you. Ms. Crumick was next, followed by Mr. Weisbrod.
Yes, I just think that given what we've just experienced in the North Miami school, I think what the Board of Ed is asking us to do is to figure out what's happening behind the walls and in the ceilings. And I, for one, do not want to see a serious problem at Central at a time when we've been asked year after year to put money into repairs of various aspects, when in fact there clearly is a concern for the overriding structure going forward. And I just think this is an important request by the Board of Ed to be able to actually know more, to learn more before we make a decision and they make a decision on priorities. So I am very much in support of learning more about Central Middle School and not, as we did in North Miami, finding out the hard way that there is a serious problem behind the walls. Thanks.
Mr. Weisbrod, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a little bit, a little concerned by what I would consider circuitous thinking. So we maintain that the Board of Ed does not prioritize. Now the Board of Ed is prioritizing by saying that they need some money to look behind the walls and figure out what's going on in this school to see whether there are safety and other issues or whether there are ways to even reduce some of the expenditures that are in the capital plan. And then we withdraw their request or, seek to eliminate that under the notion that they're not prioritizing. So the emphasis on prioritization strikes me as a little bit off. So I am opposed to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call for the vote, being that was my motion, I'll say it one more time. I don't think we're saying no to this. We're just saying no today. And I'm hearing why this board, the 12 of us, are going to have a lot of dialogue on capital planning over the next week or so. I'm sure we all agree on that. And when is the time for the dialogue? When is that? And it is now, unfortunately. And these are just decisions. I think Central Middle School, we've spent $7.8 million on that facility in the last 10 years. Okay. We know what the forecast is. Quite frankly, I'll entertain this before the vote just to ease people's sort of feelings. It was budget committee members in dialogue at the time who said, we're making a decision now. How much would we like to put into a facility? Never mind which facility it is. How much do we want to put into a facility, knowing that somewhere down the road where that facility happens to be one that's called for a replacement? It does make you wonder. I mean, if you look just at roofs, the recommendation is from KG&D is there. We paid for a very expensive study, and this is just a deferment in this particular budget. It's not like this item's not going to come back to us with whether they call it feasibility or they call it an engineering study. So it's not. I see us. We have a lot of challenges coming on some of these capital items and decisions and planning, and we're going to get through it. And it's, again, we all want what's best. And if you can't ask the question about are things happening that's changing priorities, if you can't ask that question, then let's change the budget process. Let's not have any of this dialogue. It's just, let's take whatever any particular board or department says they need. Let's just do that. We have to have objectivity. We're accountable. Everybody's accountable. I shouldn't say just us, but everybody's accountable for their decisions and planning. And there's, unfortunately, there are a lot of difficult decisions, especially in the capital model, that we have to make. And that's what we have to do. So, I mean, I understand the dialogue and I'm hearing it, but I just think we just need to make some decisions and have some dialogue, and the dialogue is going to continue. Mr. Drake, I see no hands up.
We're voting on page 41. A yes vote is to eliminate the small capital item.
Got it.
Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Targeton,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Pasliotis,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No,
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod. Mr. Weisbrod. Ms. Erickson,
Sorry.
No,
that item is 66 for the moment.
That item is 7-6. Mr. Drake, would you continue?
Again, maintenance of schools, exterior concrete masonry, 437,000, emergency lighting, 237,000, fences, 50,000, finishes, painting and flooring, 250,000, furnishings, 54,000, the Greenwich High entrance, 2,750,000, and HVAC, 7 million.
And we have a highlighted item. What do we have? Page 42. Oh, my name is on it. So this is this is just a reaccounting. There's an appropriation in the submission of $7 million for HVAC on Greenwich High, Eastern, North Street, and various Glenville, Hamilton Avenue, Riverside, the district, including Havelmeyer. This just takes the $7 million and separates it into 4 separate projects. It's just an accounting. It's not a reduction. It's not a subject to release. It's just separating into the separate project. And Ms. Tarkington, are you a second on this?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, without any further discussion, this is something going back to capital asset management. Again, the town paid for a study with Bloom Shapiro on capital asset management. And we've talked about the bundling of projects for quite some time, and we've had some rough hurdles on that. And I think this is just a more transparent way. And I think there might be a slight inconvenience on this, but this is a huge amount of money. And I think transparency will win the day on this. And I hope we support it. Ms. Moriarty.
Yes, I'm glad that we're supporting the investment that's identified in our HVAC projects. I did raise the question at the workshop about the impact on the funding of these projects if we separate them. Is there sufficient contingency in the numbers identified on that page allocated appropriately among the projects? So I did go back to the Board of Education and ask for their input on that, and they indicated that if the projects are to be separated, they will need a 10% contingency in each of the line items because they won't be able to move funds from one project which might come in lower than budget to another project which might come in above. I don't think we want to ask the Board of Ed to need to go through a cumbersome process to ask for the additional funds if they're short by $50. I think that there's always a timing issue of when they ask for the equipment, when they need to install it. I can read you the input from the COO of the Board of Ed if that is helpful. But they, for comfort and the ability to be able to move forward with all these projects as expected, they would want to add 10% contingency. I did submit an amendment which didn't get into the package outlining the impact on the differences, and I will introduce that if this motion passes. But I would urge members that they do need to support the proper funding of these projects. Bundling has an advantage by allowing the small amounts of contingencies to be shared, but when you separate them and you don't know which projects need the contingency and which don't, you have to add the funding. It turns out, because of rounding, to be $750,000 more in the capital plan.
Mr. Deuce's hand is up.
Yes, through the chair, if I may ask Ms. Moriarty a question. The $7 million for the full set of projects, does that include? I assume that includes a contingency already. Do you know if it does, and how sizable that might be?
In response, I don't know the amount of contingency, but the problem is, let's say it is the same 10%, they could have it in the wrong places. It could be sitting in the project for, and I don't have the sheet in front of me, but the high school versus North Miamis. And so you need to have 10% in each line item, not just spread out amongst the two, not concerned about where it sits.
I would have thought if there's 10% in the $7 million, that we just apportion it appropriately, and each separate subdivision would have their own smaller contingency. But you're suggesting instead of maybe a 10% amount, you have to increase it to maybe 15% perhaps, because they're.
The answer is you say an appropriate 10% amount, but they don't know where the overrun or underrun is going to occur. So it's a difficult estimating problem. I think if the Board of Ed knew that this would be separated going into the year, we would have seen a higher request for allocation prior to us doing this now, when the amounts that they've given us are more specific to each project.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Tarkington's hand is up.
Yes, I support this as presented. I do, while I, hear Ms. Moriarty, I think that each of these items, as Mr. Deuce has commented, probably has contingent within it. I think that the BOE should have thought about this in presenting a $7 million project, which in many cases, if it were elsewhere in the BOE, would have a building committee. I'd suggest that we move forward as presented, and if needed, obviously this can come back to the budget committee and will be receptive. But I think this is as presented. Let's see how this works out. This is a first move to begin to unbundle and pick one that had $7 million. So I think this is a good motion, Mr. Mason.
Okay, next hand is Ms. Hess.
Yeah, so I'm supporting this this amendment as is as well. I think kind of moving away from bundling where we can is just a better practice, better transparency. It doesn't mean that they can't still bid the whole project out and can't change the way they do what it is that they do. And if there was a little bit of noise around the edges with some of this stuff, that's a very easy, come back, this one's a little bit higher, this is a little lower, we're still there, and that would be fine. But the whole part of this is in line with some of the observations that came out of the Bloom-Shapiro report, which is really putting some process and some structure around how they manage capital. And so I am fully supportive of leaving this amendment as is. Thank you.
Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up.
Yes, so I'm now not going to support this project only because I'm hearing unwillingness to put in the proper amount of funding. We got information from the Board of Ed that I relayed to you that they do not have sufficient contingency in these line items if it's separated. And I think, we talk about having discussion, we talk about identifying the rules of the game and what we're expecting from our operating departments prior to decision day. And here we're identifying this. I first came up last week, and I think we're now not responding to the information we received. So I would encourage people, if the contingency is not going to be put in there, and I'm hearing resistance to that we don't support breaking this up.
Ms. Erickson, your hand is up.
Yes, Mr. Mason, I just have a process question. Once we vote on this particular amendment, are we planning then to vote on the amendment that Ms. Moriarty introduced that didn't make it into the packet, but which Roland circulated?
I'd be more than happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? I do not see any. Mr. Drake.
So this is page 42, and a yes vote redistributes the 7 million. Ms. Cruiser?
No.
Ms. Hess?
Yes.
Ms. Crumick?
No.
Ms. Moriarty?
No.
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes.
Mr. Mason?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fasciotis?
Yes.
Mr. Raymer?
No.
Mr. Deuce?
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod?
No.
Ms. Erickson?
I'm going to vote yes.
This item passes 7-5.
Thank you. Ms. Moriarty, can you, if I stop sharing, do you have that document to share?
I can. We can ask Mr. Geiger if he has it more readily available. Hold on, let me. I have to pull it up.
I have it. It's up. I can share it.
All right, thank you, Roland. Okay, so the motion I have is to increase we now have 4 separate projects, increase by 10%. They're all rounded slightly, but high school project would be 1.8 million. Eastern Middle School would be 2.175 million. North Street would be 3.475 million. And the other various locations would be 275,000. That's Glenville, Hamilton Avenue, Riverside District, and Havemeyer. And again, as I explained previously, the Board of Ed has indicated they need these additional funds to have a proper contingency as the project has been unbundled and there won't be sharing of resources between or among these projects.
Okay, does anybody need to see it any longer? Well, let me just put up my shared screen so I can have a dialogue on this. Hang on one second. I can't do that while Roland's sharing screen. There we go. Sorry, Roland. Let me just go back to. One second, I'm just getting my screen back. I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Raymer's hand is up. And that motion was seconded by, just for the minutes,
I'll second it.
Mr. Raymer. Okay, Mr. Raymer, you're up.
So don't assume that just because you're adding a contingency, the project will become more expensive. The project is going to cost whatever the bids produce by way of the cost of the project. This just makes it possible for them to have the margin that they need to not be coming back to us for the overruns and do this piecemeal. It's merely to allow a contingency to cover the outcomes of what the bids are going to be. But again, the project is going to cost whatever the project costs.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Deuce's hand is next.
Again, similar to my earlier point, this change sort of ignores any contingency in the current requested $7 million, and we're adding not a 10% contingency. It's going to be some contingency greater than 10% for each of these individual projects. Just an observation. Thank you.
Ms. Erickson, your hand is up.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a great way to conduct business, but I have received a text from 2 different board members confirming that there was no contingency built into the $7 million figure. I wish we had more opportunity to discuss this. This is decision day. But I think to be, financially conservative and responsible, as we do with all our capital projects, to include a contingency, to add this 10% is the right thing to do. And I will support this amendment. As Mr. Raymer states, if it's not needed, it will be returned. And to Mrs. Hess's point, I might respectfully disagree that it is an easy process to come back and get more money for these various projects. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands up, and Roland, can you make this page for us? Can you make this page 42A for our document when we're done? Before I call for the vote, let me just add a little conversation to this. So somewhere in the town, there's a purchasing manual. Somewhere in the town, there's a set of policies on bidding out all jobs and what contingencies should be. An example might be under a renovating of a building, we want a 15%. Under something new, we might want 10%. So you've seen the projects lately coming in from, we just had 2 projects recently that were the numbers were modified in the budget because the projects came in lower. That may not be the case here. My concern is this: these projects, regardless of this motion, would have had separate project numbers. They would have had it, okay? The difference is, in the past, we've seen money taken from one, move to another in a time of need. Okay, I understand. But then we had no accountability. And again, I'll bring this back to another discussion, which I hope we're in full agreement on. We keep talking about capital project closeout forms. We keep talking about minding the capital spending so we know where we stand and what we've got, what was the original estimate, what did we spend, what was surplus, did they need interim appropriations, and viewing the timelines on all of these capital projects to get an understanding of start to finish, not so much dollars, but start to finish. We've talked about that, but we seem to not be making the progress that some of us would like. And I think that's an integral part of doing that, because with that system in place, I might not be as concerned, but given the past, given the studies we've paid for and our capital asset management, we've been told by professionals we need to make some changes. We do things differently in capital asset purchasing in the Board of Ed versus in the town. We had that the Budget Committee had a great dialogue on that. So I don't think this hurts anything. I don't think the 10% is needed, because when they bid out a job, I am pretty sure that there's contingency added when they bid out these jobs. It would boggle my imagination to know that we have a bid for HVAC at whatever the first one is, Greenwich High School, of 1.638 million. I am sure we're not taking the bid. I'm sure there's room in that number, because any of us would be doing the same thing. So I don't support the amendment, but I think we need to put systems in place. We need to create the policy so we don't have this dialogue going forward. I see no hands. Mr. Drake, this is page 42A, Moriarty Amendment.
Yes, Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No,
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
No,
I'm a no. Mr. Mason,
No,
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Kremick,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That item fails 6-6. So we continue. Continuing in schools, Julian Curtis expansion and renovation, $1,700,000.
I'd like to offer a motion on this, that the Julian Curtis expansion renovation be reduced by $1.5 million. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
No, that's-
I'll second it, but I heard another voice, but I'm happy to second it.
Okay, the reason is to provide $200,000 of funding for the Board of Ed to have resources to revise the educational specifications for the Julian Curtis Elementary School. The current educational specification specifically adds/increases expanded space and programming, increasing the project cost estimate. The BET expects to consider a subsequent appropriation for completion of the construction documents for the revised educational specifications. I will add to that we're a process. We're the finance board, and in the past, you've seen other building committees, you've seen other BETs challenge educational specs, ask for modifications, and it's part of our process. This project has full support. JC is one of the projects I actually served on the feasibility. It is a tremendous project. I had thought of a subject to release on the money to have this dialogue, but the JC Ed specs currently include items above the KG&D study. Some of them may have our support, some may not, but there are things that are not included in the educational specs that I think the board should have considered. A generator, the school lunch initiative with the throwaway trays and going back to the dishwashing on site. That's a huge environmental issue, and I understand that committee is paused right now, but this has been a priority of the Board of Ed, and I think that it's okay to have a further dialogue on the educational specs. I think the programming, one could look at sort of a minimum standards for our educational specs going forward. We're going to have a dialogue tomorrow morning on one of the other facilities. And I think at this point in time, it's a question of a dialogue with the Board of Ed about a set of revised ed specs. They can come back to us anytime. They don't even have to wait till the budget starts. But as you remember, the Board of Ed was never unanimous on this particular set of ed specs. They're adding terrace, they're adding pre-K. They're adding some things in there that are questioning where the costs go. We're looking at lots of capital, and I think this is a dialogue that needs to happen. I know that some of my colleagues feel that whatever the Board of Ed asks for is, that's what we should be doing. They said this is what they need. I think there's always been in my growing up, a dialogue about needs and wants. And I think that's a dialogue that should follow after this. But I hope we support continuing money for them to revise ed specs as they need. Thank you. I see Mr. Drake's hand is up.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to second this motion because it will ensure that we deliberate over this in a thoughtful manner. There were two versions of ed specs at the Board of Ed. There were votes on both sides. There were good points made toward both. The larger one was ultimately chosen. But we have a lot of open questions here that deserve the thoughtful deliberation by all the relevant parties. Enrollment is a bit of a moving premise here. Our treatment of other schools, we've got other large priorities going forward. We also had the North Miami emergency dropped upon all of us to which we must respond, and it draws resources and energy. So this, I think there's very, very broad support for a project that Julian Curtis is probably unanimous on this board to support a project of some form, probably unanimous on the Board of Ed as well. But this, like a lot of things in our town, just calls for due deliberation and the best ideas of everyone. And that's why this motion deserves to be passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Crumick, your hand is up, followed by Ms. Moriarty.
Yes, I would like to vote, I'd like to speak to this particular amendment because I feel that there ought to be a review of the role of the BET versus the Board of Ed. And the Board of Ed came to us, they even opened up to having tours of the school to see what specifically they were proposing and why. And I really am uncomfortable with BET now deciding that it's going to reject the educational specifications and begin to direct the Board of Ed to make certain changes to it. I think in this case, we certainly have heard from a lot of the community that they support the changes to Julian Curtis now. That's a very old building with a need for a lot of renovation. And that at the time when you're doing a renovation, you try to incorporate changes in structure that are easy to do now, but would be more expensive down the road. I remember in North Street, when the decision was made not to put air conditioning into a new area, and we had to go back in and do it later for more money. I think we're being short-sighted and that we are overstepping our role as the finance board, where our job, as I understand it, is to determine the financing for the projects that the Board of Education has gotten behind and that the community has gotten behind. So I would ask that we support this request and that we not vote for this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Moriarty, followed by Mr. Weisbrod.
I agree with Ms. Crumick's comments, but first I want to refer to a comment you just made, Mr. Mason, and I really object to your disparagement about the judgment of fellow BET members, where you say there are some members who will approve anything the Board of Ed puts in front of us. That is a disservice to the role that we each play on this board and the information we use to make decisions. And I think that you should retract that statement. Moving on to this particular line item. This board had the opportunity for the discussion that I think is being requested here, right? The Board of Ed spent several days with the BET. We talked about the ed specs. There were questions posed. If board members did not dive into the specific underlying assumptions that was approved by the Board of Education, then that was a failing on the process and on these board members' interaction in that process. The fact that the Board of Education approved their ed specs not unanimously doesn't reflect on the fact that they were approved. I will point to many votes on this board that are not unanimous, and yet I don't see continual reference to questioning those judgments just because there were some votes in the negative. So we have to be really cognizant of giving everybody their voice, but we have a proposal in front of us approved by the Board of Education that we're being asked to fund. So here are my concerns about this motion. One, there is a real concern about a delay, right? We take money out of the budget for architectural and engineering. So that means that they need to come back to the BET. Let's say we reach agreement on ed specs, if you believe that is our role, but let's say we reach agreement. They then need to go to the RTM for A&E funding. Once they get that, they then need to go back to the RTM for a building committee. Building committee then needs to start a bidding process and an RFP process for an architect to develop the designs and the alternatives, all of which we then usually review during next year's budget cycle to determine a construction budget, right? So that can't happen because that's not enough time to turn around and come to realistic construction numbers that we can move forward with. So we're pushing this project back a year, if not more. Then it affects the other projects we have. What messages are we sending to the other school projects coming down the road? Is it that this board is now approving design level decisions of what's to be included in ed specs? I'll point to your reference, Mr. Mason, of dishwashers. That's not necessarily referred to in the ed specs. That's certainly something that the design committee and the architectural and engineering committee can recommend as part of their proposal. That doesn't rise to the level of the specificity of ed specs. Same thing with the generator. So I think that there's some misunderstanding about the role of the ed specs and the flexibility, some flexibility that a building committee has in determining what can and should be built. And there is a discussion process that works between the building committee and the Board of Education. So now I'm concerned, next concern is over process, right? This process is, what are we actually telling the board, or you're telling the board in this particular motion? You don't want spaces and you don't want programming increases. Or are you saying you want a discussion over those? Or are you saying you want, I don't know what information you want. I don't know what your expectation is. I don't know what the Board of Ed would do with this particular information. And I think now we're creating more of a gap in a process. What happens next? I don't really know. Then there's next concern is the expectation and the real attention we need to our aging facilities. Our school facilities do not match the quality of our teachers or our educational program, and they do not match the needs of the delivery methods that our teachers are using, and the need for breakout spaces, and the need for room for programs for larger groups. It certainly doesn't match the need of the expectation of our residents and our parents and our students. We have received numerous emails, and I was having difficulty finding the count, but back since before the budget committee started to do this, about the needs for the school and the needs to begin these programs to improve our schools. I don't think there is justification to defer these needs. This motion has the impact of deferring the project for a year based on limited information, and it clearly should not be supported by this board. Thank you.
Mr. Weisbrod's hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the logic of this amendment, in my mind, falls into the category of we have to destroy the village to save it. The reason I say that is that I hear the words all the time, we fully support the project. This project has our full support. And yet, we're eliminating $1.5 million from the project. So if that means full support, I don't know what full support means anymore. I won't reiterate the excellent points made by Ms. Moriarty, but it's also a usurpation in my mind of the domain of the Board of Education. As far as I know, the BET is not empowered to determine ed specs and what should or shouldn't be incorporated in school projects. We can vote for it or not for it, but we can't delete all the ed or many of the ed specs and then claim we fully support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raymer, your hand is up.
So the motion's not specific about what things are acceptable and what things are not acceptable. The motion merely talks about objection to the increase in space and programming. So I have to be cautious not to be putting words in anybody's mouth, but the dialogue that we're hearing around the issue without assigning any specific authorship was expressing concern about the addition of a science classroom, the right sizing of the cafeteria, making amendments to the media center, playground updates, the addition of pre-K classroom space seem to be the sources of objection. Nobody has quite said that if you delete those items, that would be a set of ed specs that we would approve, and if you leave those items in, we'll continue to disapprove. At the point at which a BET is doing that, the BET is basically saying, we're prepared to approve money only for ADA compliance, for air quality and security, and educational program changes are nothing that we're prepared to pay money for. At the moment that we're doing that, we're definitely, I think, out of the lane of what a finance board ought to be involved with. I think a community elects a finance board to be prudent with the finances, but elects a board of education to govern the educational program. And I think we are violating the things for which we were elected at the moment that we're beginning to change educational program. I can't support this amendment because I think this amendment is in fact saying we as a finance board are precluding pre-K, are precluding science classroom, are precluding the right sizing of the cafeteria, are precluding a media center changes and the upgrades to the playground space. And I think that's simply a wrong place to be. And I think it's a predictor also for the behavior that that will be exhibited when we're looking at Old Greenwich and Riverside as well. And that's a generation of school that a generation of school changes that I don't think is tolerable to the town and is not the space that the BET ought to be in.
Ms. Erickson's hand is next.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. So I want to take a step back because, this one strikes a nerve, but I would also agree that there is a lot of value in having dialogue about ed specs going back and forth. And I would submit to you, based on my experience on the Board of Ed with New Lab, is there's plenty of bites of this apple. This has to go through MI. That requires review through the Board of Selectmen. It requires review from Planning and Zoning. If the design money was approved, the next process would be to create an RFP to hire an architect. There's an interview process. There's a whole other set of, the architect may or may not be the existing architect who drew up these ed specs. Oftentimes it is not the same architect. There's a formation of the building committee. There's a discussion of the Office of School Construction grants and the applications for reimbursement. The enrollment certainly comes into play during those discussions. So I would submit to you that, I've looked at these ed specs and, I have actually a number of questions as well. But I don't sit on the Board of Ed. I sit on the Finance Board. And I trust that the process as it plays out will resolve some of these questions. We haven't even talked about, are students going to remain in the building during construction? Will they need to be bused to another school? Will there be modulars? I mean, that's a whole other discussion that will have to happen at some point. So my concern is, one, I think the process works. We can have that dialogue at future points. But by removing the design money, you've shuttered the project, perhaps. I don't know what happens if the Board of Ed chooses not to revise the ed specs. Are we at a standoff? What happens then? I really don't want to be there. I'd rather be in a place where we can have productive dialogue going forward. The other point I would raise, and I have to admit, this is murky. We don't have all the guidance we need or will get on the ARP, on the American Rescue Plan. But there has been suggestions that there will be money to redo HVAC systems in aged buildings. And, by not having a project at a point where we could proceed, I worry that we're maybe hurting ourselves potentially. Again, there's a lot we don't know, more that we don't know than we do know. But I would rather approve the design money at 1.7 million as submitted and be prepared to have this discussion in depth next year when they come forward with the construction money, which I think is the more appropriate point to have the discussion we're having now. So I think I'll stop there. Many of my colleagues have made points which I agree with, so I don't need to reiterate. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tarkington, followed by Ms. Hess.
Yes, Chairman Mason, I'd just like to point out that this discussion follows one that we had in the Budget Committee meeting on decision day, discussing revised ed specifications for ADA, security, and HVAC only. So I wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Ms. Hess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this project, as I do with all of our schools, and I do think that our priority should be on ADA, air quality, and security. And then other things that we should be adding. This building feels like maybe there's been some scope creep. As a town, do we want pre-K? Is that what we want to provide? Science buildings, what do we have to have? My concern is if we start coming out with all of these buildings bigger than what was originally planned in the 15 or 10-year plan, then what does that $1 billion look like when you start adding this all up over all the schools that we have in our town? So I think that there is a balance here to giving our schools what they need and giving our children what they deserve. But we have to be mindful of there's a lot of other schools behind it. We have OG, North Miamis, right? We have a lot of other schools that are right behind it. My other concern, and Mr. Mason touched on it, and I hear, I'm not sure if it was Ms. Erickson or if it was Ms. Moriarty but the whole school lunch fund and making sure though that maybe you don't want to put the dishwashers in now, but making sure that it's designed in a way that if that is a decision we decide to do going forward, it's not going to be at a tremendous cost. I think that there's things like that that we should make sure of. And I think the last point that really concerns me is that master plan has projections in it for student enrollment. And my understanding is that enrollment is not where it was projected, is in fact projected to be even much lower than that. And so has this ed spec and this design that's come out, has it contemplated these revised, projected student enrollment? Again, just because we're suggesting and asking that we should get an amended, like a new ed spec, doesn't mean that we don't support the school. We do support the school. We're just asking before we go to the A&E phase that we in fact just have some of these questions raised, because it's just harder to fix it once it's in that A&E phase. Thank you.
Ms. Moriarty, Ms. Erickson, Ms. Cruiser. Ms. Cruiser hasn't spoken yet, so I'm going to call on her first.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. I just wanted to make counter Ms. Hess's point that there seems to be some project creep on this. My understanding from years ago is that the line item was actually budgeted in the Board of Ed budget to be a much higher number, about $15 million more. So I think and Mr. Mason, you were part of the discussion. As part of the committee, I think they really did come down to being very thoughtful, knowing that we're not retouching this building for another 30, 40 years, given what we have in the pipeline, and that these are needs because they are 21st century school specs. And so to say otherwise and to say that there's any sort of creep when it comes in at a much lower number, to me, just doesn't jive. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moriarty?
Just to put numbers to the comments that Ms. Cruiser just said, the project first appeared in our fiscal 20 budget at 32 million. It then appeared, and this is just construction funds, not the A&E funds. Then it appeared for 30 million the year later in fiscal 21. And in our current year program, our budget in front of us, the out years, it's at 25 million. So the project itself has come down as far as an estimated dollar amount. So the concern over project creep as it impacts the the forecast capital spending certainly is not evidenced by the JC project. I think Ms. Erickson may be making the point, but she found there is a reference to the dishwashing project in the ed specs and that it should be accommodated. So there's a lot of detail in these ed specs, and I view it not just, I don't think we want to keep putting Band-Aids in our buildings. Yes, an immediate need and the highest priorities as identified by the Board of Ed are on accessibility, security, and air quality. However, you take the opportunity and you bring these buildings forward to meet the current educational needs and the needs going forward. As far as enrollment is cyclical. I think this town learned a lesson when it sold the Byram School building when there was excess capacity and it needed it years later. We took the Dundee building offline for a period of years and then it came back when the enrollment went up. So I would urge that this board's not short-sighted as it looks forward to the forward and planning of our school facilities to say, okay, if you're in a downward trend on enrollment, you start shuttering classrooms or you don't expand what you need. I think the Glenville school community will tell you they're tight in their space, and we reduced that by, I believe it was 2 classrooms. I'm not saying those decisions shouldn't be discussed, but you need the design money to get to the point where you have more details around what's driving the costs and what's driving the program that's being delivered. Thank
Ms.
you.
Erickson?
Yes, I just did want to make 2 points. One is that in the ed specs, which I'm looking at right now, there is a notation next to the cafeteria food service, which does indicate that dish and silverware and trays washing is considered as part of the ed specs. And I also just want to remind people, Julian Curtis is a wonderful school. It's in the middle of town. Great architecture, world languages magnet theme. I think many of you have been to the United Nations parade. It's a Title I school. Our other 2 Title I schools, elementary schools in town, have pre-K on site. I don't think it's unreasonable to offer pre-K at a Title I school. So I'm not going to, second guess that decision of the Board of Ed and the people on the feasibility committee. I do note that that was on as part of the ed specs very early on. I mean, I think it was in from the beginning, starting from a presentation to the Board of Ed last April. The other point I would make is that by delaying this project, I think you have real impact on children. There are close to 300 students at Julian Curtis. 55% of those students are fall in one of the high need categories or maybe one or more. And I think by voting not to advance with the ed specs, to reduce it to this amount of money, I think it sends a chilling message. And I can't support it. So again, I would just ask people to consider that there's another bite at this apple. There is a extensive process. There's lots of checks and balances built in. The biggest one that we have, of course, is the construction money. I would ask that you not approve this amendment. We continue with the dialogue in the process, which I think has been productive. The Board of Ed has been a good partner. I think we've been supportive of the Board of Ed. There's a number of what I would call crises, and it's been a year of crises. Let's not kid ourselves. I don't want to add this to their list of disappointments. So I'll stop speaking now. Thanks.
Ms. Vassilotis, and we'll close it down.
Well, I just wanted to state first that this is a very simple motion, but before I speak, I do want to first state, I don't think one person on this board, Republican or Democrat, is saying that we do not support the renovation effort at Julian Curtis. Not one. So I want it to be clear, and I want to say it again to the board and to the public, not one person is not supporting renovating Julian Curtis. But as fiduciary stewards of this town and as the town's finance board, we cannot ignore the reality that our public schools have had large declines in enrollment and they are projected to continue. This should not be viewed as sending a chilling message on this project. If the BOE was honest with our community, all BOE members would admit that they must right-size this project to those new realities. Julian Curtis was projected to be at the highest 10-year enrollment, 350 students by now. The school is 75 students below projection. Pre-K has excess capacity townwide. So my feeling is that the Board of Education should be renovating existing spaces, not building more excess capacity. If classroom configurations need to be changed, they can do that within the current capacity. I've heard from members on this board that we should not second guess what the BOE approved, that the majority of those board members voted for the ed specs they seek funding for. And even though it wasn't unanimous, the majority is the majority. I've also heard from members on this board that the Julian Curtis ed specs addresses HVAC, ADA, and security, which were identified as concerns by the KG&D Master Facilities Report. And that the building committee can request a revised scope to the ed specs if they so see fit. All of that may be true, but the arguments miss the greater point. The reality is that the BOE has deferred access for the handicap for too long. And this must be a top priority by the BOE to fix this problem, not just at Julian Curtis, but at all 6 schools that need it, which can be done if they right-size this project and renovate, not build excess capacity in the project. The BOE needs to have a frank discussion on how each school that needs to be upgraded for handicapped access, which can be done in a timely manner while renovating each school in a way that makes sense. Given the current enrollments, I will say it one more time, the BOE should be renovating existing spaces, not building more excess capacity, especially in this school, which is 75 students below what was projected, and it's projected to decline again. This reduction will allow the BOE to do just that, to deliver ed specs for Julian Curtis that renovates the school without building excess capacity. Our kids and our community deserve no less.
Thank you. I was going to call the question on this. I think everybody's spoken, but we'll try it. Mr. Weisbrod.
I'm going to speak briefly. I just think that there is a point of fact to say that not one person on this board does not support the renovation when there's a motion to deplete 90% of the requested funding. So I just want to make a point of fact. It's not quite accurate to say that not one person doesn't support the renovation when that's not the case. Thank you.
Okay. I saw another hand, but it must have been taken down. So before I call for the vote, let me just see if I can help out just a little bit here. Obviously, everybody here has got their perception and their thoughts. I go back to that building committee for New Leb that Ms. Erickson mentioned. Boy, that was some job, boy. The commitment, that building, oh, wow, unbelievable. That was an incredible project. But when we talk about and we make statements, the goal here is to not mislead. So we know that the project cost on this building is down to 27 because we did the roof and the boiler on JC already. I think that's why the Board of Ed prioritized JC, because they were well on their way with some of the other big projects. So I think if you add those two back in, it does bring the numbers back in line with what we've been talking about. Delay. I hear it's insinuated that this is a one-year delay. I have meetings every month. The Board of Ed can revisit ed specs next week and have a dialogue with us. They can call the liaisons in and say, look, what are your issues? What are your thoughts? They could do that. They could do that starting next week. Are they busy right now? Yeah, I will give you that. But they could do that. So there's no reason to say it's 1 year. So I look at everybody saying, I hear thoughts about questioning the BET's authority, and you have that prerogative to do that. But I also see a board that is willing to interject in another department in town and appropriate money to change the use of a building that's not even a town building. Okay, and I see that going on, but it's okay there, but it's not okay with the schools. The big challenge in the capital model that we all have to agree on is we've been for 15 years knocking off big projects. Glenville, Ham Ave, Science Wing, Mesa, stadiums. We're doing the security building, Glenville. We've done all these big projects. What's changed and what's causing angst is that as you know, we're starting to get some more dialogue. We had a formal complaint about the ADA access. And then you have KG&D saying, hey, you better focus on ADA, HVAC, especially in this environment we're in now with COVID, and security. Okay, so the question I have for this board, and nobody has the answer, are we going to stay with the one school at a time until we get through Riverside, Old Greenwich, Central, and Dundee? And I mean, I can see the Board of Ed. I think what they're trying to do is get all their homework done and send all these projects at us. But, you know, we were talking before about Central doing feasibility on something that's not scheduled out for X amount of years. So the real dialogue that the town has to have is, what do we want to focus on? Are we going to just, now, that's not saying the Board of Ed's not doing ADA work. The town's doing ADA work. The Avenue project's ADA, and the schools do have certain projects. I bring it back to last night. The Board of Ed was asked a question about the North Miamis. Well, was this building up to code? And the answer was, well, one bathroom is, and you can get to it by doing this. This is an elevator. This is the dialogue we need to have. What's going to be our minimum standards? What's going to be our plan? The Board of Ed, they're going to wrestle it and do the best they can. We're going to input our information the best we can. This is just the time. And I will go on record at the budget committee meetings. I actually stood up and said I supported JC. And I had, at that point in time, I made it very clear that I was concerned about the ed specs. It's on TV. I can't give anybody more notice than that. So I think we just have to vote on this. I think the dialogue needs to be modified with the Board of Ed on their ed specs. I'd love to see the Board of Ed have a set of ed specs that they unanimously approve. That would be wonderful. I attended all the meetings. I heard their dialogue. It's public information. So again, I don't think this is draconian. I think this is just a quick part of the process. And you heard about all the other processes. And maybe if we get things straightened out here, these other processes, or if we get a better understanding in the town on these processes, the other processes might not be so lumpy. That's all I have to say. I see Karen's hand is up, but
Yeah, I just want to just address Mr. Weisbrot's comment. I don't think that by reducing this to 200,000, it does not mean that we are not supporting this project. So I just want to be clear that we are supporting this project. We just need a better ed specs.
Okay. All right. Mr. Drake.
This is page 43. A yes vote is a partial reduction of the item. Ms. Cruiser?
No.
Mr. Chairman, oh, okay.
Ms. Crumick?
Yes.
Hang on one second, Mr. Drake. Ms. Crumick?
Yeah, I was just going to make one point that I am particularly concerned by the implication that we would take out the science room. I think in today's world, that's critical for the future of our children. And as the focus in the country is on STEM, the message is wrong to take out a science room. I think it ought to be in every elementary school going forward, and we ought to take steps to ensure that we do that.
So again, I'm going to call for the vote on this. Ms. Crumick, we all have these opinions. I hear you. I guess maybe the question is tomorrow we're going to hear, are we going to do some science room on North Miamis? I don't have answers to this, but the town should. This is the dialogue we should have.
Can I just add, I don't think anybody is suggesting that we are removing a science room. I think that what we're suggesting is that maybe the Board of Ed needs to look at renovating the space that they have and not building excess capacity.
Ms. Hess, I'm sorry, but I really am going to call the vote on this. We're just debating. We're not changing votes here.
Okay, Ms. Hess, your vote?
I'm a yes.
Ms. Crumick?
No.
Ms. Moriarty?
Absolutely no.
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes.
Mr. Mason?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fasciotis?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Raymer?
No.
Mr. Deuce?
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod?
No.
Ms. Erickson?
No.
That is 6-6 for the moment.
That item passes 7-6, Mr. Drake. Okay, continuing on. And then we'll get capital done. We have to go back to that one item.
Sure. bear with me a second. Other renovations to school infrastructure, 449,000. Plumbing and electrical, 1,021,000. Roofs, 530,000. Stage renovation, 50,000. Vertical transportation, 146,000. Windows and doors, 714,000. Playground replacement, 218,000. Stairs and ramps, 380,000. Steel structural restoration, 750,000. Parking lot improvements, 220,000. Park equipment, 130,000. And field master plan design and implementation, 150,000.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. We have a highlight on page 44. Ms. Moriarty?
Yes, I wanted to add a condition to the 150,000 requested for the Fields Improvement Plan. The condition reads, funds to be released upon one, Parks and Recreation presentation on the key findings of their study and its next steps towards development of a Fields Master Plan, and two, BET review and approval of the specific use of this appropriation.
Thank you.
And I second that motion.
Thank you so much, Ms.
If I can,
Moriarty. Would you like to
yes,
add
if I
to
can comment. We, as a BET, we added funds to study our fields and ways to improve them and to develop really a master plan on meeting residents' needs and improving capacity and availability. The study was given to an outside consultant. It was completed. The study does not result in an action plan or a prioritization. It's really a laundry list of ideas for improving each field's playability, which is an important goal for our residents. Clearly, some of the specific recommendations have more support than others, but this is just a first step. So the condition here is being added. One is to communicate that to the Parks and Recs Department and also to the public that we want more discussion on this item. We want this to be part of a development of a master plan, though we are not there yet. And to communicate, we're not moving forward on implementation of major parts of this. There is a request for a small amount of funding. It is to address specific needs to improve condition of what we have currently, not for changes as far as I understand it, but no specifics on the use of those funds were given at the BET. So again, to just be cautious in moving how we're moving forward, to ask Parks and Recs to come back to us with their specific recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tarkington?
Yes, this condition was a recommendation out of the Budget Committee that we have a condition on the plan for use of these funds. The only thing that I would ask that Ms. Moriarty add where there's an amount to just, if she could just place an amount in that particular box. But yes, I'm voting and supporting this amendment.
If I could just respond quickly, yes, the intention is to condition the entire 150,000.
And so you're substituting for amount, you'll put the 150,000 there?
Yes, did these amendments become part of our record? I don't recall them ever showing up in the public in prior years. I think our minutes usually are just the actions, which would be just the condition.
Leslie, I think I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, may I respond to Leslie? I think that the
Yes.
amount shows up in our overall page, Ms. Moriarty. So I would just ask that you put that. And then, of course, the reasons don't show up, but certainly the condition does.
Yes, so yes.
Before I call for the vote on this, I fully support this, but an important note, I was on the Budget Committee when the BET decided to do this and tell the department to go after it. And now there's some residents who are thinking that this document is actually the plan. And the poor director of Parks and Rec has taken some heat for this, but I think this has been a wonderful process. We decided to stop talking about the fields and let's come up with a master plan and look at the ideas. It's wonderful. And I can't wait for the dialogue on this stuff. I think it's going to be terrific. I think this is a really where the BET was pinpoint accurate in process. Mr. Drake, would you?
Yes, we're on page 44, the condition created by Ms. Moriarty. Ms. Cruiser. Ms. Cruiser. Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Ms. Krummy,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Targeton,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Pasiliotis,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That was unanimous.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, I think we're done with, Bill, you need to call the other items. I'm sorry, we're not
Yes.
done with capital.
Passing down the tree risk program, 120,000. Repower the ferry boats, 50,000. Surf rake, 60,000. Replace the utility carts, 35,000. Highland Utilities generator, 100,000. Ferry inspection and maintenance at the dry dock, 290,000. Sand replenishment, 80,000. Landcraft maintenance, 100,000. Greenwich Point power line update, 60,000. ADA changes and engineering projects, 225,000. Bond acquisition and interest, 955,000. Town hall garage rehab, 480,000. Parking facility improvement plan, 92,000. Tower room AC replacement at the Witherell, 40,000. And a water backflow preventer at the Witherell, I think that's sort of elimination, 50,000.
Okay, does someone have a?
Yeah, there's a motion there.
Somebody have
Mr.
something
Chair.
on this one?
Yes,
It's page 46.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Deuce, please.
Yeah, a motion here. This is being deleted in part because similar to what had happened earlier at COSCOG and the HVAC, this failed this current fiscal year and was replaced. Therefore, there's no need for this to be included in next year's budget.
Okay, so that Mr. Deuce is making that motion, seconded by Mr. Drake. Discussion? Mr. Drake, would you call the roll?
Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Pasiliotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Targeton,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Krummy,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That was unanimous.
Okay, Mr. Drake, line 108.
What was the answer on 45? Is this withdrawn or not made? Page 45?
We passed by it, but I was just raising my hand. Maybe we should go back.
Let's just finish the capital. Okay?
That'd
Let's
be
finish
fine.
the capital. We have to go back to the rink condition, and then we'll get to page 45.
Okay.
Okay, we continue. At the Witherell, interior maintenance, 360,000, nursing capital, 31,000, general capital, 95,000. And now we're in public works. Pump station rehab, 575,000, sewer maintenance, 390,000. And now we're in parks and rec, landscaping and other equipment, 54,000. Restaurant clubhouse renovation plans, 25,000. Cart path renovations, 40,000. And master plan projects update, 30,000.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. I'd like to return to page, help me out, everyone, page 36.
36?
Was it 36 that we
Yes.
were amending on amending on amending?
Yes, I emailed everybody something an hour ago. Can you put that up? Or I will, or Roland will?
I can try. Hang on one second.
Ms. Moriarty made the smart point that about appeals period on this. And I think it was corrected by Ms. Erickson, who said, it's not just a question of appeals period, it's successfully getting through the appeals period. And that's what, there's this very simple phrase that is proposed to all of us.
Okay. Does anybody have that they can share that?
I can.
I can share it. I have it up.
Good, Karen.
Hold on a sec.
So this is just meant to capture, there's 10 words in red there, which is just meant to capture the ideas.
Oops, sorry.
You scroll a little bit.
Yeah, I'm
down.
trying to scroll down. I just can't seem to do it. Hold on one second. There we go.
So you can, simple.
Okay. So we're back, just so we're back on item, the item on page 36. Does everybody can see that? Discussion. Let me just get my chart back up. I see Ms. Tarkington's hand is up.
No, not on this item. I've
Okay.
lowered it. Thank you.
Leslie, you put it up again.
Oh, well, that was a mistake.
Okay. All right. Seeing no discussion on this item, this is a subject to release by the Board of Estimate and Taxation. Mr. Drake, would you?
I'd propose to call this 36A, 36A.
Page 36A.
Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Fasciotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes,
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes,
Ms. Kremick,
Yes,
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That was unanimous.
Okay. That brings us back.
while you're looking for your place, Mr. Mason, we're gonna need a break at some point.
Yes.
We need a break, and then there's also potentially lunch, as this conversation may go for further. I don't know our timing.
What I think I'd like to do is call for a 5-minute break. I need to reshuffle so we're all clear. The 108 items of capital have been disposed of.
May I ask?
Mr. Mason,
Ms. Erickson, yes?
sorry, I had my hand raised. I just wanted to, before we go off capital, because you're sharing a static document, can Roland confirm the number that we've reduced from capital?
Certainly.
3,612,000, of which all was in the general fund, other than the 50,000 at Nathaniel Witherall.
Thank you, Roland. Copy that.
Ms. Hess?
Yeah, may I just suggest that we do items 45, the sewer, and 47 parking services before we take a break? It would be a nice natural stop.
Very good idea.
So page 45, if we could do 45 and 47 and then take our break, please.
Okay, let me switch documents here. Hang on.
I think Leslie, that was Ms. Tarkington while you were raising your hand.
that was correct.
Okay, so the first item would be on your other, what we call the big form, would be on
The sewer maintenance
sewer
fund.
maintenance
I think
fund.
it's, I think
361.
page 45 and your amendment book.
Yes, let me just share screen real quick here. Ms. Tarkington, Ms. Moriarty, you have this one, Ms. Tarkington?
Yes, this is an amendment. The final grand list resulted in a small increase to the taxable value of the grand list for the sewer maintenance fund and improvement fund also. The sewer maintenance mill rate for should be reduced from 0.400 to 0.398. There was no change to the sewer improvement mill rate. So this is just showing that small modification in the taxable grand list for the sewer fund.
But
Okay.
so, small detail, are those numbers right? Is it 0398 or 398?
Point, Roland, you want to?
0.398.
0.398. So the number is 0.398.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Raymer.
Don't we set the mill rates for all of these at our meeting in May? I'm not quite sure why we're having this conversation now.
That point is extremely well taken. I am sitting here saying, why are we doing this right now?
So I think what we do need to recognize, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that the sewer funds grand list did change. We modified the mill rate for the taxable grand list for the town, but we did not modify that change in the final grand list for the sewer maintenance fund. So We can do it either way, but I think we do need to recognize that the final grand list for the sewer funds, those
Okay.
residences and commercial when the sewer desk did change.
Okay, thank you. I have to say, this is, we do this on the day we set the mill rate. We set 3 mil.
Mr. Chairman, we're doing the same thing with the general fund in a few minutes. We're recognizing the revised grand list.
Right. I think that what Leslie and what Roland just said is that this just reflects the numbers that we have currently in the budget. We can always go back when we set mill rates formally later on. But this is just to be realistic with the current state of affairs, if you will, with the grand list, to accurately reflect it going forward to the RTM.
Okay. Ms. Moriarty's hand is up.
I was just going to say the same thing. I think it's good. It's good practice for our board to communicate the most current information to the RTM. Yes, we're not making the decision on the mill rate currently, but we aren't going to change grand list numbers arbitrarily.
Okay, so Roland, on the big form, you've already got this change made, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then on the big form, then there's no change to be made. It's already made.
It seems there's no vote needed. Isn't that what we're all saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay,
Let's move
next
on.
page. Next page was Nathaniel Witherell. We did that one, or that's already done. Parking, you want to do something on parking services next?
47.
Yes,
Nathaniel
this is. I'm sorry, parking services. This is a condition for parking services, and it's for $1 million. So the condition says, subject to release by the Board of Estimate and Taxation upon review and acceptance by the BET of a report in January 2022. The report should provide information on expenditures for other departments in fiscal year 20, 21, and 22, and receipt of any grants and other federal and/or state reimbursement programs and how they are applied.
Mr. Chair, I second it.
Okay. Discussion.
And Mr. Chairman, I just give the reason
Please.
to condition the operations of the parking fund as it returns to a new normal fiscal year 22, to ensure that COVID-19 funds, including grants and other federal and/or state reimbursement programs, when received by the parking fund, are credited when appropriate to cover the COVID-19 expenditures due to COVID-19 executive orders in the parking fund for fiscal years 20, 21, and 22. To encourage where the parking fund has contributed human resources to support the COVID-19 initiatives, that the parking fund is appropriately reimbursed for its support expenditures. And I will just also add here that when you look at the past several years, the current fiscal year, last fiscal year, we are conditioning $1 million. This is consistent, and we are also conditioning it in January. So this has been a consistent condition that we have had with the parking fund. And clearly what we're commenting here is there will be further changes because of the impact on the parking fund by the COVID, from lack of parking for many months, as
Okay.
well as
Thank you.
change of use of personnel.
Thank you. Ms. Erickson, followed by Mr. Weisbrod.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. Could somebody give me an example? I'm just trying to figure out what this is actually covering, where the parking fund has contributed human resources for other departments.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to respond?
Please.
Yeah, as an example, during the height of the COVID, they contributed their parking meter persons for enforcement of the COVID restrictions and distancing and so forth, and were used in places like our parks, like Bruce Park, and places like that. So they were working with other departments that needed to manage the flow of people into the locations that the town slowly opened.
If I could just respond, because I just have a further question. So the town has been keeping track of those expenses. We're going to apply for a grant. We'll receive an appropriation, and then the BET has the authority to put that back in the parking fund. I guess I'm just questioning I mean, the report, I mean, Roland and Pete have been keeping track of the COVID expenses. Is this something the parking fund is also doing? I've just questioned, is this necessary? Is, I guess, my bottom line.
Laura, it's not clear that the parking fund has been doing it as much as the other departments. We've talked with them, and so we've added this to the traditional condition that we've had. We just want to make sure that this happens.
Mr. Weisbrod, your hand is up.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Erickson. I really don't think this is necessary. I think we have a bigger issue with regard to how we allocate the rescue plan. In fact, time permitting, I'd like to offer a motion not related to the budget process, but not related to the budget, but just, from the perspective of how we want to handle the COVID money. So I think this is confusing, unnecessary, and would be superseded by a motion that I would like to submit later today.
Okay, Ms. Tarkington, your hand is up again.
Yes, I do think that, the parking fund is one that's been hovering around a, zero balance. It's one we traditionally condition. If Mr. Weisbrod wants to remove the COVID part of it, we can cover that in our discussions, continuing with the parking fund. But I think that this, the parking fund should have a condition on it, as we have this year and last year. And I think we want to, continue to manage this, as has been the process.
Mr. Drake, would you call the roll on the vote, please?
Yes, this is page 47. A vote yes is a vote for the condition. Ms. Erickson,
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No,
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No,
Ms. Pasliotis.
Yes.
I'm going to abstain. Mr. Mason,
I'm going to abstain.
Ms. Parkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Krummick,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
This item has 5 yeses, 4 noes, and then 3 abstentions. It passes. 5, 4, 3.
Can you read who voted which way for my notes?
Sure, the yeses were Ms. Hess, Ms. Moriarty, Ms. Tarkington, Ms. Pasliotis, and Mr. Deuce. The noes were Ms. Cruiser, Ms. Krummick, Mr. Raymer, and Mr. Weisbrod. And the abstentions were Mr. Mason, me, and Ms. Erickson. 5, 4, 3. Does that seem right, everybody?
Yes. Okay, before we go for break, Mr. Drake, can we call off the funds from right here, right on down? Can we call those?
If you wish. Show me the screen. Yes, please.
I will do that real quick here. How's that?
So we're at this
Sewer Improvement Fund.
Sewer Improvement Fund to be financed, $4,331,000. The Nathaniel Witherall appropriations, $32,598,453. The School Lunch Fund, $4,281,200. The Parking Services Fund, $2,954,840. And Traffic Engineering, $1,324,675, and the total you can see. The Griff Harris Fund, $1,943,889. The Retirement Fund, $1,839,017. OPEB, $8,361,000. The Shellfish Commission, $51,600. And Harbor Management, $62,100.
And if Mr. Drake, I think we skipped one item. The state portion of the parking fund.
Thank you. The state portion of parking fund, $361,400. Thank you.
Does any member have any additional motions, conditions subject to release on the separate?
Mr. Chairman,
Who's calling me?
Roland,
Oh,
we
Yes.
reduced Nathaniel Witherell by $50,000. when we took that
Okay.
capital
We sure did.
project out.
Yep, we sure did. Thank you.
So you're gonna
So,
make.
and I'll read 32,548,453. Is that good, Rowan?
48,000, yes.
Is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, I see no hands. Okay, I think we should take a break right now. I would say everybody should turn their mics off and cameras. What time would we like to return?
No later than 12:30.
No, too long, 12:20, 10 minutes?
Sure.
Leslie Moriarty, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm sorry, we need more time than that. I don't know if this is also how long this meeting is going to go. Some members might need to eat something, and I think we may have a short meeting, our caucus. So I would say 12:45.
Okay, Mr. Deuce's hand is up.
Just to confirm, this is not lunch. This is just a short break, right? Or except for the 12:45 adjustment.
I think it would include lunch if it's 12:45.
Okay.
Hearing no debate, we're at ease until 12:45, which happens to be 35 minutes from now. Okay, everybody, I think we're all back, right? Beth's not back yet. Oh, there's Beth. Okay. So here's what I'd like to do, sort of goals and agenda. I would like Roland to share budget resolutions.
Oh, pardon me, but I don't see Karen. I'm sorry, Mike.
I'm here. I'm just not on video at the
Okay.
moment.
Right, sorry, Mike.
Okay. Okay, let me try again. I'd like to have Roland share budget resolutions so we can go through those. I believe Mr. Weisbrod's got a resolution to add. We have to figure out exactly where that would fit, and we'll have that discussion. And then we'll get to means of financing. Now, there are 3 resolutions submitted, pages 48, 49, 50. Those 3, I would say we would take up at means of financing. That would be my thought. Ms. Crumick, your hand is up.
Yeah, I think we ought to bring it back to the law committee, which is meeting tomorrow. The resolutions, I don't think they've been resolved. And I think.
Well, let's find out. And if,
all right.
If there's what, and by the way, I just want you to know, I may agree with you 100% on that, but I don't think it's all
Okay.
of them. I think it might be just a few of them. And we can always amend, I think, later on. I think we've done that in the past as a BET. So, Mr. Geiger, could you? No, budget resolutions. The ones in the budget book.
I think there were some modifications that need to be considered.
This is one of the ones that is a modification to the budget book. The only thing that was modified to what's in the budget book are the additional provisions.
So are you saying that the budget resolutions that we've had all along are all current with the addition of page 48, 49, 50, and this one in front of us possibly being additional?
Well, 48, 49, 50 aren't really budget resolutions per se. They're more like motions to amend.
Got it. I got it. And we will. And we'll do that. That's for sure. Okay. So then the only additional budget resolution is this one. And this one in front of us comes from?
I believe the law committee.
Okay. Let me just.
Mr. Mason, I wanted to say there was an additional budget resolution on the same topic submitted that didn't get circulated, a different way to handle it.
Okay. So is everybody, okay. just read. So my question to the board is, we have competing resolutions. I think the goal and the objective here is to extend what we sent to the RTM last fall for the handling of COVID resources from the various entities that will be sending us town. Is that a fair starting point?
Yes.
Okay. So now it's just a question of a dialogue of which one serves the job better. I don't, let me see if I can raise hands. Yes, I can. I'm sorry. Now I can see the hands. I'm so sorry. Ms. Moriarty, Ms. Vassilotis, Ms. Crumick, Ms. Tarkington.
So I think we need to be aware that the budget resolutions that we had regarding COVID that were approved by us in November, I believe, and the RTM in December, talk about federal or state acts that were enacted in fiscal 21. And the word enacted is what's key. So, and what those resolutions did is it had the RTM gave the BET the authority to appropriate funds for those legislations. So the way it's worded, that includes everything that the government is going to approve COVID related in up through June 30th. It includes the old ESSER Acts and the CARES Act, but it also includes the American Rescue Plan. So if we are going to continue that same concept about resolutions for COVID, potential COVID grants out there that get enacted in fiscal 22, that means starting July 1st, the language is, I think, simpler than what we're being proposed here. We're not referencing any specific legislation. It's really just the last paragraph, last sentence in each paragraph for the 5-6 entities that were identified. My resolution puts it all into one paragraph. We could put it into 6 paragraphs, but we're not talking to or referencing any fiscal 21 legislation because that's covered by an existing resolution. Doesn't expire. The authority is for things enacted, and so it covers whether we're spending it in fiscal 21, 22, or fiscal 30, to be honest. So I think that we have to focus on the language that we need here.
Okay, Ms. Vassilotis.
Sorry. I just think that for clarity's sake, the expanded resolutions and the fix that Leslie's talking about can be just done by just adding to fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 throughout those paragraphs to the last sentence. And it would achieve exactly what she wants to do. I just think that right now the RTM understands what needs to be approved. And I don't think that, I just think that reapproving the old resolutions with adding the fiscal year 22 is the way to go.
So if I could, I didn't raise my hand, sorry.
Ms. Crumick was next, but I will call you after I see her hand. Ms. Crumick was next.
I'll let Mr. Weisbrod go at the moment.
Okay. Ms. Tarkington's hand is next.
Me? Okay, I just wanted to add that the resolutions which were approved by the BET and the RTM follow this particular budget amendment, just in case anyone hasn't caught that. I don't think you've referenced that as you taught, Mike. And I agree with what Karen has just said, so I would support what Karen has just said.
Mr. Weisbrod.
So I have 2 comments. First, the last paragraph of this, the wording is odd, just so that we know. You all can read it and see what I mean. That's comment 1. But comment 2 is that the resolution that was passed by the RTM in November, I believe, says, and I'm reading now, the town is also authorized to apply for and accept funds from the federal government and the state of Connecticut under legislation and or regulations enacted in fiscal year 21 relating to COVID-19 and subsequent acts, and such funds shall become appropriations upon approval by the BET. my reading of that is we don't need this resolution. We already have, the RTM has already given the authority to the BET. It's clear.
I see no more hands up. It's a question in agreement with Mr. Weisbrod's point. I think we enacted this. The original question I had is, does that resolution, did the language that went to the RTM, does that resolution end on 6:30 or is it continued? That was really where this started, I think. Ms. Moriarty?
I think the word enacted answers that question. It's not applied for, it's not expended. It's for any legislation enacted in fiscal 21. So we have the authority currently for the American Rescue Plan and for anything else that's COVID related, approved for the rest of the year. I think, I don't know if it's helpful for Mr. Geiger to put up the motion that I forwarded to him, and I thought it went to the full BET, which, it's a tangential but related point, which is to continue the concept for fiscal 21, fiscal 22 legislation. And that's something that we can consider. But asking the RTM to vote on something that they've already voted on is not typically how we move forward. And I don't see why we would go forward that way.
Okay, hang on. I lost my participant screen when, let's see. Ms. Vassilotis followed by Ms. Crumick.
Well, I mean, by that very logic, Leslie, you're basically saying that these expire in fiscal year 21. So, we would need to extend them. And the simple solution would be fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 in all of those paragraphs, and then just have the RTM reapprove.
Can I just ask a clarification on that? Because I didn't follow the logic. If the language says enacted in fiscal 21, how does the authorization expire?
Well, that's what you had just said, was that it was for fiscal year 21. From what I understood you just saying, that
I said it was
only,
okay.
it would
I said
only include fiscal year 21. And I was assuming that you thought it sunsetted, but if that's not the case, again, the simple fix would be just to add fiscal year 22 into those. They reapprove these resolutions every year. It's the same resolutions with very little changes. So we're just asking them to reaffirm the resolutions that were already passed.
if I could just respond, I was trying to make the point that the word enacted means that they don't expire. So we don't need this further action. Our typical resolutions, most of the rest of them talk about grants that are received in a fiscal year that do expire. The way that the language was put in here for the COVID funding, I don't see how this authority expires. It doesn't expire as far as my interpretation.
Okay, I'm going to try and move. I don't see this conversation go anywhere. We're debating over a very small point. I think everybody wants a resolution in there. Ms. Crumick?
Yeah, I think we've already covered it in what was approved by the RTM. I don't see any need to go back. We're talking about legislation and or regulations enacted in fiscal year 21 relating to COVID, and subsequent acts and such funds shall become appropriations upon approval by the BET. I don't see any need to go back and change that. Certainly encompasses what we know to be coming down the pike, which is the American Rescue Plan.
Okay, I'm just going to say I distinctly remember at the RTM meeting saying that we're enacting this resolution effective through June 30th. It doesn't change the dialogue, but I think the RTM needs the opportunity to say we want to continue with this resolution forward. Ms. Hess.
So my concern about the resolution that's on the screen right now is it talks about departments that are authorized to apply for and accept grants, but there could be, we talked about parking fund today, potentially getting grants. So my concern about identifying individual departments, we might lose out on opportunities of other places where money is available. And if we don't list it, does it complicate it? And then that kind of leads me to, if the simple way is to just add 2022 into what we already have and that works, that might just be the simplest fix. Thank you.
Mr. Weisbrod, Mr. Drake, Mr. Raymer.
Yeah, so really what this fiscal year 22 amounts to is new legislation that may come out of Washington, for example, infrastructure. So I would, because we've already, the fiscal year 21, the Rescue Act is done. So to my mind, we don't need either the original resolution or this resolution. If and when some infrastructure bill is forthcoming in fiscal year 22, we can address that in fiscal year 22 if it comes to pass. But since fiscal year 21 has already been addressed by the resolution approved by the RTM, I think both of these are unnecessary. I separately have submitted to the BET via email a motion that I would make for us to, determine how we, the BET, want to address these funds. I think that's in order, but I don't think we need to bother the RTM since they've already given us the authority.
Mr. Drake, followed by Mr. Raymer, and then we're going to vote on one of them.
What, that was the question. What are we looking at? Page 51 and page what? What's exactly before us and who moved it, who seconded it, please?
I think it was moved initially by the law committee. Who
Page
had taken
51?
this up.
Page 51?
Page 51, which has the two attachments after that.
Okay, good. Well, let's vote on that. I mean, it's obvious that it isn't perfectly clear without this because we 12 can't agree on what it means, which is a pretty clear indication we have to make it perfectly clear and easy for the RTM by specifying that it goes through fiscal 22.
Mr. Raymer, Ms. Moriarty.
I'm trying to understand. I may be the only one who doesn't understand. The attachments on pages 52 and 53, are those is that the language that was previously approved by the RTM?
Yes, I took that directly out of the RTM minutes.
Second question, is it not possible that we could give this some further consideration and not pass anything at this point, come back to this at a later time, slightly later time? And then my third question.
I'll try to answer that, Mr. Raymer. I would say, yes, we could, but we still would need it to the RTM on or before May 5th, either way, as an amendment. But my point I'm trying to make is, what's going to change if we don't finish this today? What's going to change on this? I'm not really understanding.
That's a different question. I just wanted to understand what our latitude is. Then last point, there's some language at the end of existing paragraph 10 of the resolutions, which maybe I'm mistaken, but because the language is broad, I wasn't sure that also doesn't have some application here, which it talks about the first selectman being authorized to apply for, et cetera, and subsequent acts and such funds as shall become appropriations, et cetera. It had the implication that federal and state funds can be applied for by the first selectman. I thought that was a slight conflict. Maybe you want to change some of that language in paragraph 10.
Leslie Moriarty, Beth Crumick.
My comment at this point, I think that several new points have been raised here that maybe weren't considered by the law committee when they were thinking this, and they may need some interpretation. I think it's premature. As much as I would like to complete every aspect of this budget today, I think everyone needs a little bit more time to understand the implications. These resolutions end up being a very important part of our budget package. It defines what the BET's authority is and processes going forward. And I'm not sure we're in a position today to vote.
Ms. Crumick?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think this ought to come back to the law committee with the input from all of our esteemed colleagues and give you a clear direction on the resolutions that need to be voted on as part of this budget.
Okay, that's the last hand I see, so I'm gonna take that as a motion to refer that resolution, those two resolutions back to the Budget Committee. This will be an item on our 19th agenda.
Mike, you said budget committee. Did you mean budget or law or both?
Law Committee, I'm sorry. And I mean Law Committee and Law Committee only. This item will be under new business budget resolution on our 19th meeting.
Thank you. And that you're referring back two resolutions. One of them's page 51. What's the second one?
Well, actually, one's 51 and the other's 52, 53, correct?
I
They're attached
kind
to
of view
51.
those are folded into 51. I think it's a 3-page package.
Okay.
So,
Okay, that's fine.
so just to be clear,
We have the one on the screen, which is,
her second paragraph there says refers to the next 2 pages. So I think it's one thing of 3 pages, isn't it?
yes, that's rolling.
Okay, all good, all good. That's been referred back to the law committee.
Do you want to vote on that, or is that just a referral from the chair?
I think that's a referral from the chair. I don't think there'd be
Okay.
a vote on that. Okay,
Okay.
we have one more resolution, page 54, 50. They're both numbered 54 for some reason, but it should be 54, 55. This came out of our law committee. Obviously, you could see it as edited. I think there's one change coming. Is that true?
No, there are numerous changes that were subsequently forwarded that the law committee did not review. The amendments that you see before you were passed by the law committee by a vote of 200. Subsequent to that, one member of the law committee went back upon, I guess, feedback from other people within this board and have suggested additional changes that some of which might be agreeable, but others I don't think are. So again, I think this has to be referred back to the law committee so that we can iron out whatever differences there are and present to you the concise amendments that we recommend.
Okay, if I may, just for 1 second before anybody wants to speak. Roland, this resolution currently is in our budget book, unmodified.
Yes, it is.
This is, the last one's an add-on, this one's a new one. So this is to stay in our budget book until amended by the BET. And again, I would like to get this done by the 19th. So I leave it to the law committee to do what they see fit, but we've got to get an agreement on that. Otherwise, the resolution, what we call additional provisions, will remain in the budget book as currently there.
Yes, with just the fiscal year.
Yeah, the
change.
fiscal, obviously, that's changes. Okay. All right, Roland, that takes us now to turning pages.
Mr. Mason, while you're doing that, is it appropriate to ask the law committee, since they're taking up resolutions, to look at whether there needs to be a condition about the GEMS gifts for the contributions for the construction funds, contribution for 330,000 of furniture. I know they didn't believe the A&E gift should be a budget resolution, but I'd like them to consider whether these other items should be.
I think we had that question before, and that's a fair question. Yes, I actually think that question's got to go back to the town administrator more than the town law department, but.
Yeah, we voted on what was proposed by the town administrator. I don't know whether we should be changing resolutions without their buy-in. So
Miss-
I would suggest that somebody get a hold of and I can do that. I can send to Ben an email to get input, hopefully by tomorrow when we meet.
That would be helpful.
Mr. Chairman, we did send it back to them, at least in that meeting in which we took it up. So they should have been reviewing it, and maybe we can get feedback for tomorrow. That would be helpful.
Okay, I just want to, as of the 19th, Roland's going to have all of this ready to print and circulate and post. I really think, and that's still quite a bit of time. That's almost 10 days. You know, I want to have that set. Okay. I have nothing left in operating budgets. I have nothing left on capital. I have nothing left in the standalone funds. If anybody's welcome to speak up if I'm missing something. Budget resolutions are done except for three items. Law committee is going to be back to us on the 19th for those 3 items to be modified. 2 of them are add, 1 of them is a revision of a current. That brings us to what I think we have left to do for the day is we have, Roland, can you share? I don't know if I want this document, Roland, or do I, excuse me, or do I want just?
You want the mill rate page?
I think that's what I want. So let me stop sharing and ask you if you could share that page. Because I think we have motions that are applicable to, oh my gosh, Roland, can you make that bigger?
Mr. Mason, could you have Mr. Geiger also email that to us just because so we can see it better?
Roland, you got to go one more.
Bigger?
If you
That's
can
better.
go one step further, that wouldn't be the worst thing. That's a little better. Okay, I really can't. He's emailing. So Roland, this document, what have you changed in this document in accordance with the decisions of the BET?
This is the reduction to the expenditures.
Okay,
This is the reduction or increase to revenues.
somebody's got a microphone open.
And the capital has been reduced by $3,562,000.
Okay, so all these
That's right.
actions, as is, where does that put the budget? Okay. Okay. Everybody's getting that by email, right, Roland? I want to give everybody a
Yes.
second to get that email. Let me see. I could use it myself. Okay. Does everybody have their email, have the document?
It won't open on my iPad. I don't know if anybody else has that problem.
I have it on mine.
Okay, well, my iPad's always been a little glitchy.
Okay. So the first motion, I think we have 3 motions that apply to this page, and you can help me if you would like. The first is, let me see. First is page 48, page 49.
I believe it's page 47. Oh, wait, no, I've got the old one. Yes, 48.
Am I right, Ms. Moriarty?
Yeah, it's on it's on the capital tax levy. So that's the first one.
48, 49. Now, there's another resolution on debt, which really was part of resolutions, but until we see these numbers, we don't know the numbers, so I will revisit that as we get situated here. I just don't think it's wise to approve a resolution on debt without the right number in it. Okay, so the first, on page 48, I do not have a motion or a second.
That was my motion.
Okay.
And I'd like to submit, instead of the dollar amount you see on this page, a change, so be prepared. But the motion is to increase the capital tax levy by $2,885,000. That amount is the exact amount of change that this board has made to the operating budget.
Okay, do I have a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Mr. Raymer. That's for the minutes, Mr. Raymer. I would have seconded myself, but okay, discussion, Mr. Moriarty.
Yes, the rationale here is while there seems to be some uncertainty over the size of our capital plan going forward, we do know it is larger than it has been in the past, and it's the needs are not changing. This board over the past few years has held the capital tax levy flat. As we all understand, the capital tax levy is the amount of money we're putting towards our capital projects. From that fund amount, we pay off our debt service first, and any remaining amount goes towards paying projects in cash. The more we pay for it in cash and that we allocate to here, the less debt we incur, and the more project and more capacity we have to pay for projects going forward. So this capital tax levy is critical to our support of addressing the aging infrastructure in the town. The budget that came from the budget committee does increase the capital tax levy by $4 million after you take account for the move from capital to operating of about the same number, the 3.9 million that we appropriated during the operating decision day in a wash. So there is a $4 million increase already. We have the opportunity to take the $2,885,000 that we reduced in operating budget and put it towards capital. It doesn't change, clearly what doesn't change the total appropriations that the budget committee had intended and voted on at the close of our deliberations.
Okay. Do I see any other hands up before I call for the vote? If I just, Ms. Moriarty, it's a question to you. I like the public and the media to sort of always understand what we're thinking about. So what I think the BET's been saying is, obviously we know what the capital tax levy does, and we know what cash projects do, and we know the operating. I just like to point out to everybody that, we always have a pet word called planning. And I would love to do more of it, especially with this group. So as I look at this and I take the actions of last year and the decisions of this year, and I put those two together, that's got us really where we were 2 years ago in planning wise, not numbers. The numbers are obviously bigger. The one thing that is, I think there's some angst, and it's fair angst, is about use of fund balance. But if you remember, we've been getting $4, $5, $6 million a year returning to the general fund, back into fund balance to be used, et cetera, et cetera. And that's pretty, so it's in your area. But last year we got $11 million back from unspent money. So what I'm trying to say is, in a big picture, and whether we disagree on to do this or not, that's not the dialogue here. And I think what the dialogue here is, if you look at it, you average out our borrowings over 2 or 3 years, you average out what we're using for capital tax levy, what we've gotten back. I think we're where we were 2 or 3 years ago as far as planning, what we're thinking about where we would be now. I think we're certainly pretty close to being there as we speak now, as between what we've done over a period of 3 budgets. So I personally, I don't support, doing this additional capital tax levy. But again, if you look at the amount of borrowings, we've been doing 40 something, 50, and we're at 65. So we're getting there. And I think the plan is just, we're trying to get back on track. And I think we're doing a good job of that. Ms. Cruiser, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to press on some of your comments, having been, a relatively new member to this board, the idea of the capital tax levy, I find incredibly interesting, because I think it's something, again, that the public might have a harder time digesting. But looking back, it looks like we increased the capital tax levy by around $3 million for the last 5-6 budgets until last year, where we brought it down to 51 million, which was actually, 2.8 million away from our typical 3+. And of course, we were in the midst of the beginnings of pandemic. People didn't know what was going on. We as a board felt that was the prudent thing to do. But now we're sitting here and understanding that every time we don't increase that number, by what was very typical part of this board, every 3 million we don't increase on the capital tax levy is a potential $30 million in capital funding that we're not able to do. And that adds up over time. So if you actually took, like you said, if you took the fact that in 2021, we were at around 54 million in capital tax levy, last year, 57 million, there's an argument to be made that, you know, we're leaving $60 million of potential projects on the back burner because we're not planning in the right way. And in all this does is sort of kick the can down the road, because we know those capital projects aren't disappearing. They're still there. More are being added, including some of the ideas that the first selectman has had, and that we've just outright dismissed in this budget. So I think a more aggressive addition, knowing what we know now about the state of our town and what we have in front of us, is the prudent thing to do.
Thank you. Roland, I'm sorry, Mr. Deuce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify about the amount of increase in capital tax levy that we are budgeting for next year. We start with the 3.88 million of operating capital that was transferred of capital expenditures that were transferred to operating. And on top of that, I would add the incremental 118,000. So that gets us up to about 4 million. And is that not the largest increase ever in the capital tax levy year over year? I think it might be, going back. Mike, you may recall that that's the case. Anyway,
I'm trying to think about the answer to that question.
Well, anyway,
let me come back to that, Ms. Tarkington.
Well, hold on. So last year, when we kept the capital tax levy flat, that was still well below the borrowing. So that didn't bother me at all last year. And this year, obviously, it's slightly behind the borrowings, but over the 2 years, we are playing a modest catch up. That's my only point.
Ms. Tarkington.
And so I just wanted to comment, confirm what Ms. Moriarty said, that the Budget Committee did increase the capital tax levy by $4 million. So, I can't remember increasing it at that amount from the Budget Committee in the past. But it also reduced future capital financings, just using round numbers, increasing the 3.9 that Mr. Deuce just talked to 4, multiplying it by 15 years. That's approximately $60 million. So we've reduced future borrowings by that amount. I'm fully satisfied that we're preparing for the future, and I will be voting no on this amendment.
Okay, Mr. Weisbrod's hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to make a couple of comments building on what Ms. Cruiser said. So we had, and in our capital budget 2022 to 2036, there is a increase each year by $3 million built into the plan. And so if you start with the 54 million that we had in capital tax levy for fiscal year 20, that would have been 57 million in 21, but of course, because of COVID, we reduced it to 51. That 57 would have then been 60 million for fiscal year 22. So we are immediately behind the 8 ball because of the cumulative impact of having reduced the capital tax levy so significantly in fiscal year 22. And our budget, our capital budget that's in our books shows that as early as next year, fiscal year 23, we will violate our BET policy guidelines. And then in fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27, those get aggregated and aggravated, I should say, in terms of additional violations to the capital policy guidelines. All of which is to say that we're looking at a plan that is underfunded. It's kind of like an underfunded pension plan, the way I would look at it. And so we have an ability to start correcting that, or we can elect to say these are not deferred projects, but these are denied projects. And it's been the practice of this BET, I've heard it all day long, that nothing is being denied at all, that we are fully supportive of the capital plan. But if we do want to support the capital plan, we do need to put the capital tax levy back to where it was intended to be when we did the budget. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hess's hand is up.
I have a couple of observations. One is the fact that the amendment has just been adjusted to correspond with the change of expenses. Just says we're just kind of trying to manage this budget. It kind of feels like I didn't like what you did here, so then I'm going to do this here for the same dollar amount. Don't like that. But the other thing we're not really talking about is, Mr. Brandon came in and talked about these millions of dollars of money that's going to come into this town for infrastructure type projects, potentially schools and other things. And so I hear you on, okay, maybe we want to put more towards the capital tax levy, but I think we should just leave it where it is right now. Let's see what this money is that's coming in and where we can spend it, what other projects we may be able to do that we thought we might not be able to do. But remember, even though we're getting this money from the federal government, while we in the town are not going to have to pay it back, we're going to be paying it back through taxes, right, at the federal level. So it's not like, there is no free lunch, right? So this money is coming in. Eventually, we're going to have an increased tax burden individually on the other side. So my perspective here is let's just leave it alone as it is. Let's kind of see all this money that's potentially coming in, where we can use it, and we could have this conversation. We could always actually have this conversation, but we could always spend on a project that we want to spend. But I just think there's too much uncertainty right now with potential large sums of money coming into this town. Thank you.
Okay, I see no more hands up. So Mr. Drake, can you call the vote on page 48? It's an amended form, which is fine. Can you call the vote?
Yes, happy to, and the figure has been increased to be $3,882,000 increase. Isn't that right, everybody?
I think 1 million is.
2885.
Well, hold it. Leslie Moriarty, please give us your number.
2,885,000.
3,885,000. Thank you very much. So that increases it, as the arithmetic would say. This is page 48 as amended. A vote yes is a vote to increase the capital tax levy. Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crumming,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Fasciotis,
No.
Mr. Raymer, Mr. Raymer, Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That item is 6-6, it fails.
Okay, that brings us to our next motion. If I'm correct on the next page, which is page 49. I don't know who's making the motion, but whoever would like to make the motion.
That is also my motion, Mr. Mason.
Okay,
So I would like to change this dollar amount as well. So the motion is going to be to decrease the use of fund balance by, give me 1 second, $3 million.
So decrease, just making notes, decrease by $3 million, is that correct?
That is correct.
and that's seconded by
Seconded.
Mr. Raymer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Discussion on item, Ms. Moriarty.
So as the motion and the amendment form is written out and distributed to you, it shows that our current budget has a huge reliance on fund balance, basically to pay down the mill rate. We use it, it started at the fact that as a town, we conservatively budget, we fund positions that there is always some vacancy at the town side throughout the year. We expect to recover the funds that we're using here to plug the budget annually. And over the years, the past few years, we've gotten a little less conservative in how we budget. We budget more of our revenue is completed. Even our motions today increased some of our revenue assumptions closer to what we think may happen. And I think that it is a dangerous game to continue to have this reliance on fund balance, significant reliance on fund balance to close the gap. It used to be around the 11, 12 million for many years. Then it went up to 15 million in fiscal 21. And now we're at 19.8 million. I'm not even including the amount of fund balance we're using to cover prior year losses. I'm going to keep those in a separate category. But I think it is a trend that is not sustainable. I think over time, that number is going to be coming down. And when it comes down, that means it does fall on taxpayers to fill the gap. Granted, that assumes that our operating budgets increase at a similar level to where they have been. And we have some years where we can come in a little lower as an increase and some years a little higher. But 19.8 million is a huge number. And I think we should be a little bit more prudent and better balanced in how we are looking at this budget. And if we reduce the fund balance by $3 million here, we keep an additional 1.5 million of fund balance for the prior year loss funding. We get to a mill rate increase, which is really what a lot of people look at, of 1.06%, which is the way the budget came to this board today. That was the amount that came out of the budget committee after you accounted for the change in the grand list that the budget committee didn't have for. So I think that we have the opportunity, and yes, when we look at how we are, our source of funds and our use of funds, we are making judgments, but I think it is prudent to reduce the use of fund balance in this budget and the recourses that we are relying a little more on property taxes, as we will end up needing in the future to fund the operations of the town.
So Ms. Hess's hand is up.
For the same reason that I identified on the last amendment, we have a tremendous amount of money that's going to be coming into the general fund. You know, even we talked about prior year losses. We think that grants will come in, potentially cover that. So I think we should leave it where it is and not try to play with the mill rate. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Mr. Drake?
You know, we and every other resident in this town, and most of them are going to face a huge tax increase probably coming our way from the federal government, and who knows, probably one from the state. And this motion represents a tax increase on the residents of the town of Greenwich in a period when we're paying all this money to Hartford, Washington, which is going to recycle it to our town of Greenwich in an extraordinary amount. So we're getting money, frankly, raining down from Washington, D.C. and the higher taxes that are coming with it. And simultaneous to that, here's a proposal to increase taxes on the residents of town of Greenwich. I'm voting no.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yeah, I didn't respond to Ms. Hess's comments when we were talking about the capital tax levy and the impact of the American Rescue Plan. And this is the concern that we talked about yesterday, is it is premature to determine how those funds are going to be used. Are they going to be used to offset operating expenses? Are they going to be used for capital funds? Are they going to be used to support our nonprofits, which have been suffering? There are a lot of ways that the funds can be applied. It's not unlimited. There are restrictions. We can't apply it to every capital project. Actually, capital is probably more limited than some of the other areas, but it is premature to assume that we're going to have a significant amount of funds that offset the expenses that are included in this budget, and to then further assume that the methodology of the way the federal government might try to recoup those expenses, which I believe, to say taxes are going to increase to our residents, which is what I interpret Mr. Drake's comments to be. I don't know where this is coming, how it's coming, and how it gets diffused. I mean, nobody wants to raise taxes, and I'm not saying we should raise taxes just because we have the ability to. We have that ability to do it this year, but to me, we are falsely presenting a budget to the public that says it's balanced. It's not balanced. We're relying on cash in the bank that is disappearing. We're using it still above higher levels than we're getting returned over years, and it's just not a prudent action.
Mr. Weisbrad's hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would only point out one other thing that hasn't yet been mentioned, and that is, if you look back through fiscal year 15 through 1920, we're seeing a very relatively constant level of use of the fund balance. And typically the tradition of this board was to apply the fund balance for an expected return of funds from our departments, which pretty much mirrored, if I understand it right, the application of the fund balance. Mr. Minarski had mentioned to us during the budget workshop that he's expecting it. Nobody knows, and it's a rough guess, and I don't want to put him on the spot, but I think he used the number of $8 million. So essentially, let's just be clear, we're taking 11 million, give or take, I don't know what the number is, but it's a significant amount of money, and essentially using it to pay down the mill rate. I'd be much more comfortable using it to meet the deficit that we just looked at in the capital plan, the very sizable deficit that we're facing in the capital plan. That would be prudent. But simply taking it to reduce the mill rate way in excess of what we've done in previous years strikes me as imprudent and violates the tradition that we've had in the BET. Thank you.
So I as we're debating each other and it's decision day, let's look at a few things that we need to think about that I haven't heard yet, by the way. Number one, in the past year, we've now reinvented how we finance interims. We now borrow the interims. In the past, we never did that. For 15 years, we didn't do that. We built fund balance up for those interims. Okay? So now we finance interims. We've changed our debt policy so we don't include the risk fund and we don't include the capital non-recurring, and we're still at the high end of our range. Boy, some past BET members, if they were here, boy, they'd be giving me a hard time about sitting on the taxpayer money. But with that said, here's what I haven't heard. We have a reval coming this year. We're seeing gas taxes up to our residents already. We know somewhere along the line, Mr. Raymer, if I may, in conversation, I don't think that the Greenwich BET wants to spend 4 budget years in 1 year. The federal government may do it. Maybe they have a different printer than we do. But sooner or later, this is all going to come home to roost, whether it's an inflationary period, whatever the issue is. I say we don't have the answers for this. We can all speculate, and there's some really smart people on this board that probably have really good understanding of the ideas. But to me, the use of the fund balance, the budget's bigger than it was back when we were using that. I'm always been concerned with the use of fund balance, but we're not changing anything dramatically with this number. And I say, just leave it alone. I'd be I wish we were at June 29th right now to see what the year end was really looking like. I think we'd all be a lot more comfortable. I think when we go to set the mill rate, hopefully we might even have some different thoughts then. And that's a Mr. Raymer's always talked about that. And this year it probably has some real strong merit. So I would just say we don't need to do this. We need to start thinking about the bigger picture for our residents and the impacts that are coming on everything we talked about, grand list and taxes and supply costs. And I think that's really where the concern needs to be. So I see Ms. Hess's hand is up. Do we need to?
Just very quickly, I'm not making any assumptions in this budget about what is or isn't coming in. I'm just talking about the uncertainty of amounts that may come in. And I agree with what Mr. Mason said. I don't think we need to make a change now. And I certainly don't think we need to tax our residents Because basically by reducing the amount of fund balance that we use, we're just taxing to increase the fund balance, which is, I don't believe what we should be doing. Thank you.
Mr. Drake, would you be so kind?
Sure, we're voting on page 49. A yes vote would decrease the use of fund balance. Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
No,
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Costellotis,
No.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That item fails 6-6.
Okay. That, as far as I understand, there's no other motions under what I call means of financing. Excuse me. But
Mr. Mason, I just didn't know when you were taking up the bonding authorization.
that's exactly where I'm going. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So it applies to resolutions, but we didn't make any changes. So the number that Roland would have in the bonding resolution should be determined right now. Is that correct, Roland?
First,
Yes,
there's another bonding resolution to consider, which would impact the typical bonding resolution.
Before we go there, if you just adjust the capital requests, one thing that we didn't adjust was the bond ban interests that we budget for. Because we took those, almost $4 million out of the budget, or $3.5 million, we don't need as much. So I need to reduce that number by $114,000.
Okay, so I think that's important. 5 minutes, Roland? Roland,
Yes.
5-minute break? If his computer breaks, we're in trouble here.
No,
Mike, you just made the adjustment. I think
I
we're
made the
okay.
adjustment.
Oh, okay,
This is $955,000 to $841,000, which is just a calculation.
okay. So,
And that's reflected on the screen right now.
okay, Roland, something's really up with your computer. So, Ms. Moriarty, I would like, if possible, because I think we would want to take up your motion first. I think that would be the proper way to go. Page 50 for everybody.
So
Ms. Moriarty.
thank you. The motion here is to add a bonding resolution for $10 million for the high school soil remediation project for up to 20-year maturities. And it would modify the bonding amount in the 5-year bond resolution.
And I second that.
Okay, discussion, Ms. Moriarty, you are up.
So if I might, as I discussed in the workshop, so I don't have to repeat everything here. The soil remediation projects are $32 million over the next 3 years, potentially more. I guess there could be a chance that it's a little bit lower. We have the high school and Western Middle School. Clearly, we don't bond these for at least not until the 3rd year, so we have time to accumulate the total principal amount, which we would want for a longer term bond. But remediation projects are like a land purchase. They basically have infinite life. And as we all know, when we bond with a 5-year maturity, we're paying a significant amount of premium over a short period of time. And yes, we do pay a higher interest cost over the period of the loan. The interest rate differential here is 2.5% is the assumption from the finance department for the 5-year loans, and 3.5% for a 20-year loan, differential of 1 percentage point. Clearly, I think bond rates are lower than that at the moment, but it would depend on when we go to market. But if you look at the cash flows on this amendment in front of you, we have another $4 million or so per year to be able to use towards projects in the current term, in the current immediate term, before we start having to pay, it turns negative and we're paying more out in the longer time frame. This is really to take advantage of using debt to match against the proper maturity for certain projects. It is to recognize that the community's benefit from this investment is not as short-term as many of the other investments, and therefore we should be spreading out the burden of repaying the cost of these decisions and the decisions made 40 years ago that we're paying for now over a longer period of time. So I ask that you support the longer-term bond maturities for remediation projects in our budget. Thank you.
Mr. Deuce's hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. A couple thoughts. We don't fund specific projects. We fund our cash flow needs every year, and the portfolio that we fund has lots of different projects at different expected lives, and this happens to be at the longer end. I could possibly support funding longer term an extraordinarily large amount in any one year, but this is just 10 million. And we're going to have this again next year, and we're going to probably have Western the year thereafter, and probably some other remediation project after that. I think I would support continuing to follow our current practice of doing the band 5-year bonds for this project. Thank you.
I do not see any more hands up. Mr. Drake, up. I see Ms. Tarkington's hand is up.
I just wanted to comment that I support the modified pay-as-you-go plan, and I do not support this longer-term debt.
Okay, Mr. Drake, would you call the?
So this is page 50, where a vote of yes is for extending the maturities. Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crummett,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis,
No.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
An item fails 6-6.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Drake. That brings us organizing this. We have 2 items left to go. We have the budget as amended, and we have the bonding resolution. I think we should take up the budget as amended first. There's a different requirement on the votes. And then I think we take up we have to take up the budget first. In case the budget were to fail, that would change the bonding. So I think we have to do that procedurally. And Mr. Raymer, you could shake your head yes if I'm right on that.
I think you are right.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Okay, discussion on the budget as amended. Just so you know, if time prevails, I would like to offer everybody a minute to go around the table after we're done to offer any comments that they would like. I think that's something we customarily used to do. I don't know if we've done it recently, but I'd like to get back to that. But so on the budget as amended, do I have any discussion? I see no discussion. Mr. Drake.
I have a comment. You're going to give us a minute, and I'll take
After we, Mr. Drake, just after we've approved the budget or not.
Okay, good to go. This is the budget as amended, presented as you're seeing on your shared screen. We'll start at the other end of the table. Ms. Erickson.
I'm sorry,
No.
excuse me. Are you then not going to invite discussion on the budget as amended before you take the vote? Normally discussion precedes a vote.
I think I was pretty clear. I don't know if Mr. Drake caught it. I would like to offer all the members a chance to make comments on the budget, but we don't have a budget yet. So I'm calling for the vote, and then I would do that. It's your choice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Want to do it. So, Mr. Drake, can you call the vote on the budget as amended?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you. Ms. Erickson,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
I'll pass.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Crummett,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
At present, there are 5 yes votes and 6 no votes.
So thank you. I have to vote. So we're clear, so everybody understands. If I vote yes for the budget, it's a 6-6, and I have the ability to break the tie on this one. If I don't, then the budget from last year will revert back to the current budget. Mr. Raymer, just for clarification, is that your understanding?
It's provided for in the charter.
I'm going to vote yes for the amended budget.
That
And I'm gonna vote yes for the budget because I think it's beneficial to the town to send a budget to the RTM at this point in time. And I think that the nuclear option is kind of interesting. We call it the nuclear option. And I think that that is not a wise thing to do on the behalf of the community. And I think that's a message in itself. So that motion, Mr. Drake, has passed 7-6. Now it's time for the amended bonding resolution with the new number. There is no tie-breaking vote. So if this motion fails to pass, we will have a mill rate to cover the additional $60 million of capital. So, Mr. Drake, if you would call the roll call.
for the bonding resolution, an item which requires 7 votes. Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
May I just ask a question, please, just to be clear? If we added $60 million to the mill rate, if this doesn't go through, what would that do to the tax rate and what percentage increase? Could we have that number, please? I think it would be helpful. So 65 million?
it's like 15% or something.
So our mill rate would go up 17%. It would go up 1.974. Okay, so it would be up 17%.
Okay. So, Mr. Drake, can you please?
Yes, sir.
uninterrupted call the vote?
Thank you. This is a vote for the bonding resolution. Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess. Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fasliotis,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That was unanimous.
Thank you. Let's see. And we can go in a random order if you'd like. I do not see any more business. I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Rolla, can you stop sharing screen for a minute, please? Roll and share screen. It's very hard to work the meeting because I only have that little bar on the side. Okay. In random order, anybody I'd like to offer anybody to share some comments and thoughts on the budget. Pick an order. Let's. Mr. Drake, you're first.
I'd like to say it's a pleasure to work with all of you. You are such a smart group of people, and I think we cooperate on about 96% of things. It might be 97, and we have some disagreements about 3, but nonetheless, it's a pleasure to work with you, and we make a good outcome for this town that we love. Thank you.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all the work and effort everyone's put into this. Special thanks to Roland Geiger and Angela and Pete Benarski. I voted against the budget regrettably, but to be honest, this is the second year in a row. I feel like we've been in a hyper-partisan knockdown, drag-out fight over some pretty basic principles. And I don't think we've set ourselves up for the future. I think we had an opportunity to do things here, and this budget does not align with my values. Therefore, I cast my vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hess.
Oh, are you just going through everybody?
I'm just picking one at a time. It's.
I wasn't planning on making any remarks. I'm a little disappointed by what Ms. Erickson said. It would be nice to not have some of these votes be so partisan. But this isn't just been the last couple of years. It's been like this for many years now. For as long as I've been on the BET, this being my fourth budget. But putting that aside, we do have an incredibly smart, hardworking group of people that truly care. And I generally think that we want the same things. Maybe we want to approach it a little differently. I am concerned about where we are from COVID, the aftermath, all of this stimulus and all this money and what it means, maybe not now, but in a year or 2 or 5, and how that hurts our community, and trying to balance what's good for our community and nice, new, shiny things and operating our town. But I don't know, everybody was talking about, all the people that came out to talk at the public hearing, but no one mentioned the second to last lady who said, all your people come out and talk about for what you want, and it's people like me that really don't want the tax rate to come up. The problem is people like me don't come out and we don't talk. It's only the people that want things. And so I think sometimes it's great to hear the people and what they want, but there's a lot of people that they don't share their voice. I don't know if it's they're afraid or think they won't be heard or it doesn't matter. So I feel like we need to listen to everyone's voice. And even the one lady who was the lone voice trying to represent kind of what she was feeling. So I think it's a fair budget, what we're doing. I'm like I said, I'm sorry for some of the remarks, but I feel fortunate to work with such a group of smart, talented and committed individuals. So I thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weisbrod.
So I think when we talk about modified pay as you go, there's one word in there that has to be adhered to, and that's pay. You can't have a modified pay as you go and not pay. So my vote against this is because I do think we work hard and we work together on many things. And I do think that the intentions of everybody on this board are good. There's no question in my mind. I really believe that. Also, I think that Mr. Minarski and Mr. Geiger are phenomenal. And I can't say anything without giving them praise. But I can't say that we all really, at the end of the day, want the same thing. And I guess that will be determined at the ballot in November. Clearly, we want different things. I mean, that's what's been reflected in this vote. So that's the reason I voted no. Thank you.
How about Mr. Deuce?
Building on Mr. Weisbrod's comments, I must say I am so thoroughly impressed by the efforts and the quality and the good intentions of all my colleagues. This is a really impressive group, believe me. And if I have just one regret, I wish I had 2 votes for every decision, because I see merits on both sides going forward. And it's been really frustrating for me. But we have tremendous challenges ahead of us this year, and if the past is prolonged, these challenges are going to become even more impressive in future years. And we have. I just hope we're making the right decisions today. And again, I want to thank everyone for their time and efforts here. Thank you,
Ms. Cruiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo what Mr. Deuce just said. I think, if you watch us at committee, in committee meetings, we often work very well together on some, smaller issues or different, very specific topics. But I've got to say, I can't be very kumbaya with what just happened in this budget. And it really saddens me that despite all the hours spent by this board, we end up with a budget that's so very lacking, in my opinion, in foresight and planning. Is that my microphone that's doing that? Making that noise?
We're not hearing a noise.
Okay, so it is mine. Sorry. In my opinion, this budget is myopic. It's latent with overreach, and most concerning, it ignores public sentiment. It clearly, the amount of emails, speakers, multiple rounds of questions and answers with our town professionals, visits to our schools was a waste of their time. And the outcome appears to have been a foregone conclusion. I realize that our budget is complex, and pegging mill rate increases to inflation is lazy and misses the big picture. However, when our mill rate change comes in, according to what we just voted on, at approximately 2% below current inflation. 2% below inflation last year, and looks to be below 1.4% below inflation this year. Never mind 1.4% below our unanimously voted guidelines. That delta concerns me tremendously. And after all, as a municipality, our town is doing very well. Thankfully, revenues are up versus budget in this current fiscal year. We are budgeting a similarly rosy picture in the budget before us. So why are we putting the town on a starvation diet? And to what end? When your much needed neighborhood improvement projects get deferred for the upteenth time or arbitrarily whittled down or conditioned, when your child's school is built for teaching in the last century or not up to modern standard, know that that is being done not because we can't manage it as a town, but because those in power choose not to plan, not to listen, and quite frankly, in my opinion, we have missed our choice, our chance to lead. Thank you.
Okay, how about Ms. Tarkington?
So thank you, Mr. Mason, and all of my BET colleagues. And I especially want to thank the Budget Committee, who spent a record number of days working on this project that was delivered as the recommended budget. And again, I want to also thank Mr. Minarski, Mr. Geiger, and the entire finance staff that support them. This budget, despite budget guidelines that were unanimously approved both by the Budget Committee and by this full BET, remains higher than the budget guidelines for town operating, for the BOE operating, and for capital and for debt. Capital projects were delivered, initially in this budget at in excess of $92 million and a total of 130 projects. That's a record. And they weren't prioritized as requested. We've now delivered a budget to the RTM, or will be delivering, a 29 basis points increase in the mill rate. While this is lower than inflation, I must, again, comment that our spending, by operating and capital far exceeds the inflation rate. So again, I appreciate the teamwork that has taken us to this place. And I really enjoy working with all of you. And I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mason.
Thank you, Ms. Tarkington. Ms. Crumick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just want to thank the Finance Department, which has worked so hard to support what we do every day on every one of our committees and to prepare for these two decision days. I guess I'm saddened by what we're experiencing because I do believe that the community, many people did come out and express their concerns and asked us to take certain things into consideration, and we failed them. We didn't incorporate them, their concerns into the overall budget. And I would hope that in the future there is more given to the actual residents of this community who take the time to come out and share with us their concerns, because I think what they're looking at and what we're not doing is creating a vision for the town of Greenwich, and one that with proper financing, which certainly is our role, and I will say it again, long-term financing ought to be much more a part of what we consider, not on decision day, but well before that there be an opportunity to, if we need to, bring in outside experts, because I know they've been brought in before. I know they've talked about long-term financing, and I think it could help to balance out the financing of some of these major capital projects that would bring us into the future. And I hope that we really do set a vision for the 21st century that helps our children, because at the end of the day, our children and our grandchildren are going to be the ones that carry on and address some of the great issues in this country and in this world. And sometimes I'm not sure we're really looking at our decisions as preparing for the future. So I hope that is part of what we try to do in the future. Thank you.
Let's go with Ms. Vassilotis, and then we'll have Mr. Raymer, Moriarty, and myself, and I think that covers everybody.
Thank you. This has been an extraordinary year for all of us. We were forced to change the way we meet, how we interact with the public, and how we ultimately pass a final vote on the budget. Our finance department and our town departments and the BOE have met some pretty difficult challenges this year. And we thank them greatly for all their effort. It's clear from the vote on this budget that we have fundamental differences in how we approach the budget. But we, I think, have the same fundamental goals that we want to achieve. We all want quality services from our town departments, and we all want quality schools. We just have a different way of getting to that goal. But I can't ignore the fact that many in our town are reeling from the impact of COVID, both through the loss of loved ones and the economic impact that they have sustained. And I can empathize with the loss of the economic impact as a sole attorney practitioner. I understand the impact many businesses and households are feeling this year. This budget may not be everything everyone wanted. It also doesn't reflect the budget guidelines that we unanimously approved just 4 or 5 months ago. So in that respect, we all failed on the budget. We all failed on both sides. I do hope that going forward, we can find a way to work together to find common ground and to compromise a little bit as we move forward to the next fiscal year. I think we have a tremendous group of talent here. I think we all are pretty much, friends outside of this board, I would hope. We are all neighbors. And I think going forward, we just need to work a little bit better in coming to some sort of compromise as we move forward. Thanks.
Mr. Raymer.
So I don't know whose budget this was that was proposed, but it wasn't my budget, and that's why I voted against it. Whether or not it was the budget that the town wants, they're going to let us know when they go to the ballot box in November. But this was a long catalog of 6-7 votes or failed 6-6 votes along party lines, item after item. Just take a look at them for a minute. With Julian Curtis, there was a rejection of the concept of a science room, right-sized cafeteria, pre-K, media center, playground updating, etc. Anybody who wants to do the work on ADA compliance and air circulation and the like without doing those things, the implication there is they don't ever intend to do those things. They think that the schools don't need those features to be a school that meets their financial satisfaction. Somebody who doesn't wish to do the engineering due diligence at Central Middle School for $102,000, doesn't want the facts to put into the priority, wants to hide from those realities, and that's not sound. Anybody who received all the emails that we received on a bicycle study and doesn't even want to send money to do, doesn't even want to approve money to do the study, let alone the work, has no plan to do a bicycle paths east-west through town. We did a year of climate change anticipation. It was a 3-year program, but we haven't approved the second year. So there's a belief there somehow that climate change isn't going to affect us as we go forward. Let's stop funding it. We have a matrix report making strong recommendation of the development of a career firehouse to serve Northwest, presumably at Round Hill. But there's no appetite in this budget to spend a relatively small $75,000 to do some preliminary design work to see what's involved. That suggests that these are people who do not intend to approve a firehouse to serve Northwest. Paving, which we've done in most years at $4.5 to $5 million, was already cut at the budget committee by $250,000 from $4.25 down to $4 million. We've cut it an additional $500,000 to $3.5 million. We just want to do less paving in town, as if we don't need to do the paving. People who want to impose conditions on Eastern Greenwich Civic Center that it shouldn't be built without substantial private donation and without a rent roll that justifies the work That's a suggestion of people who don't want to build a civic center at Eastern Greenwich at Eastern Greenwich, despite what they say. So too with human services. These are all items that failed on party line votes. So too at human services. In the face of COVID, at a time when people are needing rent subsidies and food assistance, a relatively modest $30,000 not approved along party lines. A fire department pumper pushed back for the second year as if fire engines don't age and we don't need to worry about the orderly aging process in fleet. That's just not logical. So too with the Department of Public Works front end loader, being told that he would have to replace $30,000 worth of tires if it wasn't approved this year. Push it back anyway. To hell with the tires. We don't need it. Holly Hill Design, $350,000. We don't need the design at Holly Hill. Push it back. Risk Fund. We've always funded the Risk Fund with about $3 million. Well, there was not an appetite to add anything to Risk Fund this year. We approved zero. Let the Risk Fund stand it as it is, even in a setting in which our self-insured retainage is up at a fairly substantial $3 million on new cases that are being filed. Capital tax levy, the portion of our capital that we pay out of cash, the proposal to take simply the savings that we had in operating at $2.885 million and use that to subsidize the capital expense to reduce the borrowing, no appetite for it because it hits the mill rate. Fund balance, dipping into our savings to subsidize our unbalanced budget, to be spending $21.3 million to fund our operating and our negative fund balances from the school lunch and Nathaniel Witherell, a tremendous amount of money being spent to hide the unbalanced character of our budget. And lastly, the concept of taking even the remediation projects and doing those with slightly longer term borrowing so that you spread the benefit a little more broadly out over the benefited population. Each and every one of these fell on party line votes. I've been here a long time. I'm not the longest serving member. Both Mr. Mason and Mrs. Tarkington have been here longer than I. But in all the time I've been here, I cannot remember there being this many party line votes as we've experienced over the last 2 budget years. I believe there to be something fundamentally wrong with a board of 12 people that divides 6 and 6 in this way, to the point that a minority party begins to feel that they're an irrelevant window dressing on a process that ought to be a dialogue and cooperation, and frankly is just not. And I'm afraid that that's the feeling that I finished this process with, and I had no remorse about voting against this budget.
Thank you, Ms. Moriarty.
Thank you. So it's hard to top Jeff's comments. They were really well done, as many of my colleagues also stated. So I believe this board missed a tremendous opportunity today to properly plan for the future. I don't take a vote against the budget lightly, but the vote approved today, 7-6, does not move our town proudly into the future, and I can't support it. The BET had an opportunity to stop putting Band-Aids on our schools and instead properly address the school's facilities, but instead placed a roadblock for Julian Curtis School, causing confusion and delay for the second year in a row. The BET had an opportunity to stop deferring identified needs, as evidenced by the number of project deletions, lack of support for the engineering study for CMS, lack of support for planning for a bicycle study, and the impacts of climate change, but we didn't do it. The BET had an opportunity to reduce the pressure on the proper funding of capital by increasing the cash amount put towards capital projects and by utilizing the financial markets more appropriately to address the soil remediation projects. But the BET didn't take it. This budget lacks vision and proper planning for our town. It doesn't represent my values, and I could not vote in favor of it. I do want to acknowledge the tremendous support we get from Roland Geiger, Pete Minarski, Angela Gencarelli, and the rest of the finance department in preparing this budget, in getting to a decision and moving us through the process. So I want to thank them for all their efforts. And while I walk away disappointed in the outcome of this board, I don't walk away valuing their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody's gone, correct? So let's put this in a little bit of a perspective. We started off a term with my colleagues not supporting a chair of the board. We have since had the same dialogue with budgets. I want to reflect on this budget. Let's talk about our values. I don't remember 108 capital projects being approved in any budget. I certainly don't remember the Board of Ed getting a 4% operating increase. Okay, and that's a benefit. The reason the Board of Ed's gotten that, and I think that's all of our hard work and more dialogue and more information, especially when it comes to some of the categories like special ed. I'm sure it didn't go up that much on any other previous BET, and but I guess maybe we should have looked at that because with such uncertainty and unhappiness, I think we're missing the point here. I think the budget before you is think about what BET ever had a pandemic that they had to make decisions in. I don't know of any. Maybe 1980. No, there was no BET in 1918. So I look at this the zero vote on your party's point. I think there's a message there. Okay, and the unhappiness. Look, politics was brought to this board. Politics is not left. I have served the longest. And I can tell you that this board used to be an incredible board, the dialogues and the accomplishments, and it's not the same now. Part of it's Zoom and COVID. I understand that. It's very hard to do government in this fashion, even though we're getting better at it, except for the salute to the flag. But the point is, the budget before you and everything we do, and I listen to the comments and I say to myself, if I'm a resident and I hear these comments, what's my expectations for tomorrow? And by the way, as somebody said to me recently, you can change leadership on the BET, but you're not changing the politics and the policies. Therefore, it's just a role reversal. That should be our goal, to fix that. But that's what we're setting it up for. I heard about the election and all of the other comments that were made. It's okay that we have elections. Okay, and I hear all about the detriment to the community of this budget. I don't see that. I think this is the budget, as we know, is a full-time job. We're on this full-time. I would beg any one of you to add up your hours that you have spent in your volunteer role this year. Triple any other year, I would suspect. Roland and Peter, and Angela, you guys are just fantastic support, and the help and the back and forth and the preparation of documents. I don't know where we would be without you. So as we progress forward, I've heard different comments. The budget will go to the RTM, other than the 3 resolutions that we have to still get to them. And the question will be the dialogue with the RTM, and we'll see how that goes. They still have their role to play in this budget, and we'll see how that goes. And again, as this fiscal year comes to a close, hopefully that we may see some things that have an impact to some of our short-range discussions. So thank you, everybody, for all your commitment to the town and trying to make this the best place to live, work, and have a business and raise a family and be safe. I think that's always should be all of our goal. And I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded.
Mr. Drake and Ms. Moriarty. Thank you, everybody. And we'll see everybody tomorrow morning, if I'm not mistaken. And one more thing, I'm very sorry. I have to get together with Ms. Moriarty, Ms. Fesselos. I've gotten your scheduled responses for a special meeting of the BET to try to help with North Miami. I'm having a tough time making dates that work for all of us, but I'm working on that as we go. That's my next project. So I appreciate that. All right, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Mark.